Ulo. Good morning. Yay. Good morning, gentlemen, and all my ladies. And all my ladies. Oh, oh, oh. Hello. Oh. Morning. That is your warning. Too low. Yay. Good morning, gentlemen. And good morning, ladies. Undoubtedly, there are some here with us. That white shirt makes you look like a Resident Evil scientist working at Umbrella Corporation. Speaking of Umbrella Corporation, someone sent me a trailer to the new Resident Evil game. Let's take a look at that trailer. I think this is Resident Evil 9. Welcome, Cheap Effects. Alright, so real talk. What hasn't Resident Evil done? It's going to be really hard to outdo. I mean, what's Resident Evil going to do now? What are they going to do? They've done almost everything. They could do an RPG. They could do something like that. Resident Evil RPG. Would you guys play that? A Resident Evil RPG game? If you would play that, give me a 1 in the chat. PTSD. This Resident Evil 9 is going to be really good. Trust me, brother. You think so? All right. Well, I'm an old school fan of Resident Evil. What's up, Corpus? King David? Yeah, King David established. I guess you could say he was the mightiest king of the ancient Israelites. Right? In fact, real quick, in your Bibles, you brought it up, man. You brought it up. In your Bibles, turn to the book of Matthew. As much as we talk about Jesus here, you would think I was a pastor, wouldn't you? What if that was really the intent behind this channel, was to turn you to Christ? Wouldn't that be something? What if one day I just hit y'all with it? Be baptized. Okay, so take a look at Matthew chapter 1. Matthew chapter 1, we're presented with the genealogy of Jesus. Okay, we are presented with the genealogy of Jesus. The genealogist in Matthew, whose name almost certainly wasn't Matthew. The Gospels are anonymous, and the book of Matthew is no exception. The book of Matthew dates to about 85 AD. This is about 55 years after the death of Jesus. What does that mean? It means that whoever wrote this wasn't around when Jesus was alive. Do you understand? If you understand what that means, give me a 1 in the chat. Jesus dies at around year 30. This book is written in 80, 85. 50, 55 years after the death of Jesus. So whoever wrote Matthew, the author doesn't name himself in his text, but whoever wrote Matthew almost certainly wasn't the Matthew in the story. Okay? So, the purpose behind this gospel is to make the case that Jesus is very Jewish. Okay? So, the author of Matthew emphasizes the Jewishness of Jesus, and he does it in a very powerful way. Look at the genealogy of Jesus in Matthew chapter 1. The genealogist, beginning in verse 2, starts with Abraham. Abraham was the father of the Jews. You could say Abraham was the greatest Jew who ever lived. He was the first Jew. The Jewish people are the nation who are in a covenant with God because of Abraham. So Abraham is the father of the Jewish people. Do you understand? He's the greatest Jew who ever lived. Abraham, he is the father of the Jews. This is the man who had the dream in which God told him about the covenant of circumcision. The greatest Jew who ever lived. Okay? So the genealogist traces Jesus's lineage back to the greatest Jew who ever lived. Why is the author doing this? Well, they're about to make a very strong case for the Jewishness of Jesus. Okay? Now drop down to verse 6. And Jesse begot David, the king. David was the greatest king of all ancient Jews. King David, the man who slew Goliath with a slingshot and a sword. The man who established the kingdom. King David, the greatest Jewish king who has ever lived. And then drop down to verse 11. It says, verse 11, and Josiah begat Jeconias and his brethren about the time they were carried away to Babylon. So what is this? This is the destruction of the southern kingdom. Of course, we know the Assyrians destroyed the northern kingdom, right? But the southern kingdom was carried away and destroyed by Babylon. This is the greatest tragedy that has ever befallen the Jewish people. They were destroyed by the Babylonians. Okay? But a remnant comes back. So now look at why the author did this. There's a reason the author did this. Now go down to verse 17. It says, so all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations. So from the time of the greatest Jew who ever lived, which is Abraham, to the time of David, there are 14 generations. Okay? From David until the carrying away into Babylon are 14 generations. So from David, the greatest Jewish king, to the greatest tragedy that has ever befallen the Jewish people are 14 generations. Okay? And from the carrying away into Babylon into Christ are 14 generations. So from the greatest tragedy that has befallen the Jewish people to the birth of the Jewish Messiah, 14 generations. So why did the author do this? The author is making a very strong case for the Jewishness and the messianicness of Jesus. You see how they just divided his genealogy up neatly this way. Now the author had to tell some lies to do this, because if you actually look at the genealogy, it's wrong in a few places. It's wrong in a few places. But that doesn't matter to the author. The author is making the case. Now, why the number 14? Well, in the Bible, the number 7 is symbolic of perfection, divine completion. 14 is 2 times 7. You see the significance of 14? So 14 generations from Abraham to David, 14 generations from David to the greatest tragedy of the Jewish people, and then 14 generations from that tragedy to the coming of Christ. So do you see what the author is doing here in Matthew? If you understand what the author is doing here in Matthew and making the case for Jesus' Jewishness and his messianicness and how he fits so perfectly, 14 and 14 and 14, 7 times 2 and 7 times 2 and 7 times 2, double the holiness, double the complete holiness. This is quite the literary device. Or I guess you could say this is a really artful way to tell a story or make a point. Right? Again, it's not true because the genealogy, the author has to get rid of some names to make it fit. But the point is, the author is making a point by doing this. That's what came to mind just now when you typed King David. That's what was on my mind. Now let's read this. Let's look at this. Let's have a look at the trailer for Resident Evil 9. Shelley, can we? Is this femboy Resident Evil? Double the Jewishness.
Grace. Grace Ashcroft.
Yes?
Oh, that's a woman.
My office.
Okay.
Oops. Coming.
Bit of a slob.
If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days, tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating.
I gotta stop it right there. This voice acting is... Wow. Wow. This is this a real trailer? This must be a fan-made trailer with those kind of voiceovers. I'm very disappointed with the quality of this voice acting. Capcom has like infinite pockets. They could have ChatGPT'd it and got better results than this. This is really lackluster. This is really bad. I almost don't even want to finish this because I know I'm going to be angry having to listen to 3 minutes of this level of voice acting.
Ready in 3. No, 2 days, tops.
Put a hold on that for now.
Yeah, brother, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this because that's really bad. All right, we'll play it.
We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating. Now, I need a good technical analyst on this.
Okay.
I need your eyes on the crime scene. The Renwood Hotel. I know that's where your mother was murdered. Alyssa died 8 years ago. Perhaps it's time for you to face the past. Grace.
What is this? Hey! Help!
Stay close. They're coming.
I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
Investigating all these strange deaths, huh?
We need to keep our voices down.
Have you seen the same shit I've seen?
Please know that you are my hope.
Everyone's gone.
Stay away from that!
All right. Okay, so it looks like Resident Evil is going the Silent Hill route. Capcom was paying attention to those Silent Hill 2 release numbers. Remember how they just re-released that game? I think Capcom got the message. What's your raw reaction to that trailer? What do you make of Silent Hill Requiem? I mean, Resident Evil 9 Requiem. Resident Evil 9, they need to drop the number out of the name. Resident Evil Requiem. But I guess they do have to brand it a bit. They're bringing it back to the police station after it was bombed. Acting was always corny and bad in Resident Evil games. I remember the first Resident Evil playing through the introduction. What was that noise? Shelly, can we throw it back? Resident Evil. Yeah, you want to talk about a bad intro, brother. Yeah, it doesn't get any more corny than this. I think back then, the makers weren't even taking Resident Evil seriously. I think back then the whole series was just trolling. Look at this. No!
Alpha Team is flying around the forest zone situated in northwest Raccoon City.
What's up, Pink?
Where we're searching for the helicopter of our compatriots Bravo Team, who disappeared during the middle of our mission.
Found it?
No, I haven't found it yet. Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten. Bravo Team went to the hideout of the group and disappeared.
Look, Chris!
It was Bravo Team's helicopter. Nobody was in it. But strangely, most of the equipment was still there. However, we soon discovered
These
why.
hairstyles.
Hey! Come here!
What up, Chase? Welcome. What's up, Shamash?
Jill, run for that house!
How doth that shadow rise?
Chris Redfield. Jill Valentine.
Look at that aesthetic. Somebody look at this. It looked like she just put that on. Just took it out the Halloween costume wrapper. You know those Halloween costume stores that open up every October? Fresh out the package. I think even back then they were kind of trolling a little bit. Maybe Resident Evil is still trolling. The game is trolling. Ooh, Lord, trolling. We took it serious. Yeah. What's the greatest video game series of all time? The greatest series. It was quiet horror. Ooh, Lord, oh. What's up, guess who? It was mostly quiet horror, puzzles, jump scares, and tough boss fights. I remember that, yeah. It didn't deal with a lot of psychological horror. It wasn't trying to scar you psychologically. That was more Silent Hill's territory. So I guess Silent Hill won because I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Who was more influenced by who? Was Silent Hill more influenced by Resident Evil, or was it the other way around? Yeah. Mayor Bass answered your question yesterday. While the riots and protests have not spread, they focus on the blocks with the ICE offices and federal buildings, so it's a geography issue. So maybe I should give you my opinion on the deportations and the ICE raids. I am completely indifferent. I think that if you were to compare America's approach to deportations to what some other countries are doing, you'd find that America is probably going about it in the most humane way. For those who happen to be deported after living their entire lives here, you have some terrible luck, friend. It's completely not your fault. You've got terrible luck. Fortunately for you, though, there's a very sympathetic press. The press is very sympathetic to the plight of deportees or deportees. So if you're young and you're pretty, if you're a woman and you're being deported, or if you are a young, attractive man, you have an opportunity to make your case to the public as to why you should be allowed to stay. And that's something that you're probably only going to get in America. What other countries are giving good press to their deportees? Who else does that? Who else allows a media presence for the people they are deporting? Nobody. That's only in America will you get that. Only in America will you get that, because America has a very humane touch. Now, America didn't want to have that approach, but America has been challenged to become that way. Certain Americans have risen to challenge America's promise to be the best. Who are some of those people? Who are some of the people who rose up to challenge America and say, no, you ought to be better than that. You made a promise in the Constitution, and you need to live up to that. We're going to hold you accountable. Who are some of the greatest Americans? Those Americans who stood up and held America accountable and made America better. Who did it? Who are the obvious ones? P. Diddy? Musically, he was very influential. But let's say pre-Diddy. Pre-Diddy, in the pre-Diddy era. How about Dr. Martin Luther King? No, America. You said you were about liberty and freedom. You said all men. You said all men. Ain't that what it said? Okay, you said that. Now live up to it. Ben Franklin. Yeah. Who else? Who are some of the other American heroes who stood up and said, no, that's not right, America. You need to do better than that because you made a promise. See, right here. How about John Brown? John Brown. Malcolm X? Yeah, socially. Yeah, Malcolm X. John Brown. John Brown did that. That man was crazy, but I like someone who follows their convictions. What was more crazy? A man shooting people or a nation claiming to be the land of the free, to be the citadel of freedom, but yet has enslaved persons? What's more crazy? I guess if you were to ask John Brown, it's the fact that I live in a nation where people are kept in chains. That's not cool. That's not cool. Like, you people are asleep. If people were paying attention, they would have known that the Civil War was coming because it had already started in Kansas. Kansas, they were already fighting in the years leading up to the Civil War. So if people were paying attention to what was happening in Kansas, they would have seen what was coming. Sort of like if people were paying attention now to what's happening in Ukraine, they can see that war is coming to Europe. I mean, it's already there. We have a trade war, right? That's a war, gentlemen. You start messing with people's money. Come on now. You messing with my money? I got a good thing going, and you're messing with my money now? Oh, no, we're at war. We're fighting. You just gonna raise my prices by 50%? Okay, we're fighting about that because you're hurting me. This is a form of warfare. The South would have joined the United States if some of the founders who wanted to end slavery. The South would have never joined the United States. Some of the founders. If some of the founders. So what you're saying is that maintaining slavery was key to maintaining unity post-Revolutionary War. Is that what you're saying? So Dr. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. Okay, who else? How about Andrew Jackson? Now hear me out. Hear me out. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out on this one. Andrew Jackson was the first commoner president. He wasn't from that upper echelon of political power. He didn't belong to that network of influential families that up until his presidency kind of controlled the executive office. Before Andrew Jackson, you had to be from one of those upper class families, those political dynasties. You had to come from a family like Kennedy. You understand? You understand when you think of the Kennedys, you think of a political family. It used to be where everyone had to have a name like that. If you didn't have a name like that, people don't know your name. There are no young upshoots. In that world, you would have no Trumps. You would have no Barack Obamas, no Joe Bidens. No, 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 no. What is your name, sir? What is your name, sir? What house do you come from? Lee? Okay, well, come on in. Right? But Jackson? Who the hell are the Jacksons? Gone somewhere. Andrew Jackson grew up on the frontier with Native Americans, runaway slaves. He was white trash compared to this upper class of well-landed and well-whited people. Well-whited people. Well-wit. He was white, but he was not well-wit in his whiteness. But those upper class families, like the Washingtons, Washington brother, you're a Washington? Oh, well, right this way. If you would have met George Washington, you would have been very surprised, because he would have reminded you of one of these young rappers today. You know how when you see these young rappers, they're surrounded by a bunch of black people? Shelly, can you show us? Can you show us that clip? Can you show us that clip? You know how when you see these rappers now, they're surrounded by black people? Have a look at this. Oh, wait a second. This is wrong. Okay, Shelly, can we get that up on the main screen?
Free my boy. Everybody else is locked up. That's coming out of GS9 right now. Respect generation shit, bro. You already fucking with the lottie dotties. You know they love the party, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Non-trade, pay the way. GKP say today. My dice though.
Niggas running out their mouth, but they never.
Okay. You see how Tekashi is in the sea of black faces? This is probably exactly how George Washington would have rolled up. You understand? This is exactly how George Washington would have rolled up, because he would have been surrounded by an entourage of slaves. This man was from the upper class. I don't do stuff for myself. I don't saddle my own horse. I got slaves for that. I don't cook my own meals. I have a slave who cooks my meals. I sit in my carriage and chill out. I have a slave who drives my horses and this and that. This is what George Washington would have looked like. This white face in a sea of blackness. You understand? He traveled in an entourage, with an entourage of slaves. That's George Washington. But Andrew Jackson didn't come from a family like that. As I mentioned, Andrew Jackson was white trash. He came from the bottom of society. You have to live with the Native Americans. Historically, it was the poor whites who were forced to settle next to Native Americans for obvious reasons. The wealthy, well-landed, well-wit people were on the East Coast, and they would put the poor white settlers on the frontier to share the border with those hostile natives. If there are going to be any arrows fired, y'all going to catch them, not us. Hell no. Yeah, you get some land, I'm going to give you 100 acres way over there. Way over there. So if you were an indentured servant, it was the law that you had to be given a parcel of land when you left the service of your master. But that land that you got was going to be far away, and it's going to be on that buffer zone between us and those hostile Native Americans. Like I said, you're going to absorb all those arrows, not us. So go on over there and get to getting. Not slaves, brother, indentured servants. Yeah, the law defined that eventually. Ultimately, this is what created this illusion of whiteness. I mean, imagine these wealthy landowners who basically control all of New England convincing these poor white people that they were somehow on the same side. Ain't that wild? I know I'm immaculately rich and wealthy, and I'm not sharing any of it with you, but we're on the same side because we belong to this cult of whiteness. You may not be on the top with us, but we will eat you last. If we have to eat someone, we'll eat you last. Deal? Deal. Deal? Deal. Deal? Deal. We're both white, and we'll eat you last. But it's an illusion. If there was a great disaster, Elon Musk's helicopter would pass over both of us, you and me. Donald Trump's entourage would continue going down the road past you and me. That stuff does not matter. But sometimes it matters to us. So if you're Hispanic like 6ix9ine, then you're white, even though your mom could be a dark-skinned Puerto Rican and your dad is Hispanic. That depends on how you define whiteness. But according to the American Census Bureau, yeah, you would be white Hispanic. None of these things are scientific, so it's difficult. It's difficult to pin down any real meaning here, because these are social definitions. There are message boards, gentlemen, right now, where the world's top whiteologists are debating the subject of whiteness. Who is white? Who isn't white? It's a fierce debate. These things aren't so crystal clear. It's not so crystal clear. I'll give you an example. Even among so-called black people, what is blackness? What does it mean to be black? That's not so clear. My family is Haitian, and to some of my mother's family, they're not black. Wait, what? How are they not black? I mean, y'all niggas look the same. Well, it's not so, these things aren't so clear because blackness can mean different things to different people. To some people, mainly outsiders, blackness is the skin color. Well, you're black because you look a certain way. But within black communities, this is not what blackness is, right? You can be a light-skinned person and still be black. You can be a light-skinned black person. Say that out loud and ask me if that makes any sense. Ask yourself, a light-skinned black person, if you're light-skinned, then how are you black? Right? What does that mean? You're light-skinned black? Okay, so it's daytime dark outside? It's daytime dark outside. Because you got dark days and then you got light days. But then sometimes you got those daytime dark days. What does that mean? Our language fails us. So what about the black slave owners? What about them? It was brought up again after the house burned down in Louisiana. It had the largest collection of photos. Yeah, there were some counties in Louisiana where the black slave owners outnumbered the white slave owners. Yeah. It's a mistake to label slavery as a crime, even though the law would ultimately define it racially. right? And let's make no mistake about that. Ultimately, the law would apply a racial definition to things. The world wasn't always as politically correct as it was. People were a lot more straightforward back then. We don't want your black ass around. No, it's illegal for you to have your black ass here. So people were a little more straightforward back then, and ultimately the law would come to define slavery in places like Maryland in the 18th century, and would apply a racial definition to it. Yeah. But if you were a free so-called black person, yeah, you could own a slave. I mean, if you want to buy a slave, you can buy a slave. You got the money, we got the slaves. Come on down to B Slave Emporium. But most of the slaves today are sex slaves. There are more slaves in the world today, gentlemen, than there ever were in the past. We're talking like 45 million, 50 million slaves in the world right now. We dig up these dead dragons because we don't have to fight them anymore. We dig up their skeletons and parade them around and say, look at these dragons we slayed in the past. We'll debate the species of the dragon. This was a great dragon. Well, actually, this was just a little bitty dragon. And why are we doing this? It's so that we don't have to go outside and fight the dragons that are still breathing fire. Yeah, let's busy ourselves with these discussions of dead dragons, and that way we can avoid fighting the living, fire-breathing dragons of today. 50 million slaves in the world today. About 20,000 sex slaves are smuggled into America every year through Mexico. It's probably a lot more now. And you have the policies of the Biden administration to thank for that. I mean, with an increase of people coming across the border comes an increase of smuggled persons. And that includes sex slaves. These people are in sexual bondage, broken, raped into submission. It's horrifying stuff, but it's real. And it's very visible here in Los Angeles. If you come to Los Angeles, I can take you to the whole stroll. The whole stroll. Yeah, where all the girls literally just walk the streets. Right now, we can go find you someone. They're out there. Catching diseases, spreading diseases. All that. And it's in the open. Let's talk about America then. Let's talk about America. You're welcome, Blake. Does nothing help them? Does nothing to help them? Newsom either? I don't know what you can really do to stop prostitution. It's one of those things that I feel is just always going to be around. America is crumbling. America has always had prostitutes. Yeah. Legalize it? It's practically legal here. It's practically legal here. You can go down right now to the whole stroll, take Figueroa, straight down to about 100th Street. I mean, it's right there. Drive down the whole stroll, and they're all outside. Catching diseases, spreading diseases. Young, old, black, white, brown. You can get all kinds. Fig and 9th, that's a little too far down. It's not a secret. Figueroa is a major thoroughfare. If you live here, you're going to take Figueroa from time to time. It's a road just like any other road, but it's a road that has... But no one really talks about Figueroa. I mean, everybody knows what it is. I don't hear anyone talking about it. But if you're here, you know about it. Let's talk about America, gentlemen. Let's talk about these American colonies. Who did colonizing the best? If you had to make a list of the greatest colonizers in the world, who would be at the top of that list? What nation would you say was the greatest colonizer in the world? Spain. The Jews. The Spanish. Okay. Black people were able to build businesses even through slavery, talking about overcoming stuff, and there are racist laws working against you. Yeah. That's sad stuff, ugly stuff. People can be really selfish sometimes. Because it's like this, gentlemen. I'll put it to you in a story. I'm going to come back to that question I asked you, but let me tell you a story. It's a story about a black man who woke up one day and his horse was dead. Someone had poisoned his horse. He couldn't imagine why someone would want to do that. He was on good terms with all of his neighbors. Who would come over here and poison my horse? And so this man sets about an investigation to find out who and why would someone do that? And this is what he found out. He found out that all of his white neighbors had lost their horses. And to them, they were embarrassed to live in a neighborhood with a black man who had a horse and they didn't. What kind of country is this where a black man has a horse before a white man does? That don't look good. So they poison his horse to just sort of balance things out, you know. It don't look good to have some Negro up here doing better than the white folk. That don't make us feel too good. Because if I'm doing worse than a nigger is, then I must be doing pretty bad. You understand? Some people estimate their worth as a white person by measuring the distance between them and black people. If black people, if there are black people at my job, in my company, where the hell do I work? I should work in a whiter place than this. Excuse me? A black person moved into my building? If a black person can afford to live where I'm living, I gotta work harder. I gotta grind harder. These niggas shouldn't be catching up with me. These niggas shouldn't be catching up with me. I gotta put some work into this because I'm slipping here. You may not be this way, but there are some people who are definitely this way. And when black people come around or brown people come around, they get uncomfortable. They want them to leave. But that's just a part of living here. You're going to encounter these people sometimes. And they are I don't know if they're the minority or the majority. I don't know. But if I lived in a country or in a place that gave me equity, right? I live in America and I belong to the white group. The white group does the best economically, whatever, right? Whatever. Well, there's equity in my whiteness. I am preferred as a customer. I am preferred as a client. I go first. Right? There's equity in me being white. So I probably would feel a certain way if there were things that were tarnishing or diminishing the value of my whiteness. No. Having black people in my neighborhood diminishes the value of my whiteness. I probably wouldn't like that. Right? Because however I got this social equity, I got it and I want to keep it. I like going first. I like being preferred. I like not being suspected of doing certain things. I like being associated with positive attributes. I don't like it when that is diminished. I probably wouldn't like it either. Looks like black people who owned slaves were able to get wealth through land ownership. Yeah, you did have some free black people who were not slaves. The poor stratify themselves in many ways, not just by skin color. Of course. Oh, thank you for that sub, Cheap Effects. Some bars, you say? Okay. How about some bars, and then we'll come back to this discussion of America. Let me give you all an answer. The greatest to ever do it when it came to colonizing was England. England had a very efficient means of going into other people's countries, taking their things, and subjugating the natives. They were very good at it. The only issue was that the English were late to the colonizing game. Portugal and Spain, boy, they had an insatiable thirst for indigenous blood and gold. Give it to us. Let's split the whole of South America. Spain and Portugal did this with the Treaty of Tordesillas. They split the entire continent. They were fighting over it first. And the Pope was like, what's going on? What's going on, my Catholic children? I want South America, and so does Spain. What are we going to do about this? And so the Pope helped them divide it. In that treaty, they had an insatiable thirst for indigenous blood, gold, and silver, and they drank and ate and feasted aplenty on those poor, unfortunate souls. Can we get some F's in the chat for all those poor, unfortunate, miserable souls whose lives were snuffed out due to the avarice of the Spanish and the Portuguese? What a horrible massacre that was. Yeah, terrible, terrible things. Horrible. And we know how bad they were because the Spanish wrote about the things they were doing. They documented it. So this isn't slander. This isn't propaganda. You can read it from them. They wrote about it. They talked about the stuff they did. Columbus wrote about what he did. These people had no concept of slavery or private property. So what Columbus did was he cut off the hands of all of the people who refused to work. And ultimately people got the message, oh, if we don't work, we get our hands cut off. Columbus was a brutal man. He was a brutal man. He wasn't a racist, okay? Because Columbus did not have our definition of race. You understand? It is a mistake to call these people racist. We make the mistake of assuming that everyone has always felt about race as we do, and that's just not true. Columbus would have had no idea what you meant by white people or black people. He wouldn't have known what those terms meant. If you would have told him that he was exactly the same as the English and the French, I don't know, he probably would have killed you. That wasn't the concept of race that he had. But enough about Columbus. Let's talk about America. So England is late to the colonizing game. By the time England got off the bench, Spain had claimed a large empire that expanded all the way across South America. Spain had it. We already got our kingdom. England was late to the game. But let's say you lived back then. Okay, let's say you lived in 17th century England and you wanted to start a colony. How would you go about doing this, gentlemen? Let's start a colony, gentlemen. Let's get us some overseas territories. How does this happen? I think the Mongols were worse. They killed maybe 60 million people. It's difficult to compare whose suffering is worse. Suffering is suffering. What's up, Savage Beastie? Populate weaker areas. Okay. Well, there are three primary ways of establishing a colony in England. Okay, if you were in England and you wanted to establish a colony, you could go about it one of three ways. The first was you could create what was called a joint stock company. What's up, Claire? You could create what's called a joint stock company. And this is where you basically find investors. You go around and you get people to invest in you. I want to go overseas and I want to claim some territory. And if I find anything in that territory, I will split the profits accordingly. Okay, and if you found enough investors, you could start a joint stock venture. Your investors hold stock in that colony, which means that just like a company, they are entitled to a percentage of whatever that stock, or in this case, colony, makes. Does everyone understand that? What a joint stock company is? You essentially find investors to give you money in exchange for stock. And that stock is redeemable in whatever value is found in the overseas territory that you claimed. Okay? That's a joint stock company. The second way you could do this would be a proprietary colony. Okay? A proprietary colony. Let's say that a few years ago, the king was short on money. Yo, Claire, listen, I'm a little short on cash right now and I need some money. Okay? And I know we've been friends for a little bit. Tropes, what up, my guy? I know we've been friends for a little bit. So I was hoping maybe you could give me a little bit of money, help me get by. Now, I don't have any money to give you in return. I'm not going to be able to repay this loan to you. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to be able to repay it. But if you give me this money, I'll give you some land. Yeah, over in the Americas, I'll give you a parcel of land and you can do whatever you want with it. It'll be yours. Deal? And if you accepted that deal, that colony would be a proprietary colony. Okay? So a lot of wealthy families in England ended up with colonies in the Americas for this reason. The king runs low on money. He has to go to a friend or a wealthy landed family in England. He borrows that money, and in place of paying it back, he gives that family some land. Okay? And that land would be privately owned. That's your land. You understand? That's yours. You know what that means, Claire? Savage? Guess who? Tropes? You know what that means? That means you can be the king or queen of your domain. You set the rules. You set the laws. At the time, these people had no idea that these colonies were going to come together and form the United States of America. They did not know the future. When the king gave them these colonies, they were like, oh, well, this is going to be my private little country forever. You get where I'm going with this? Imagine you received a proprietary colony from Donald Trump. You say, look, you want some land? Okay, we found a little parcel of land on the moon. You want it? President's a little short on money. You can come in here and give me a loan. I'll give you some land on the moon. Now you got your own little piece of land on the moon to do whatever you want. You get to make the rules. Now, you would have a charter probably between you and the king to kind of work out whatever the terms of your agreement were. Your charter would be like your lease or the agreement you had with your lord, what the rules were going to be, how things were going to be, who gets the final say. Do you get the final say? Does the king get the final say? Like, what's the relationship here? Are you paying a fealty? Are you giving a percentage of your proceeds to the king? Like, how's this going? What's up, 4K? Go decide, this land is mine. God gave this land to me. What happened to Trump, Gaza? Yeah. Now, the third way you could get a colony, or the third way the colonies came into existence, were royal colonies. This would be if the royal family just decides to directly own a colony. Do you understand? It's like McDonald's Corporation running its own restaurant. You know, McDonald's Corporation can open up a restaurant wherever they want to. They're not a franchise. This is the company. So we get the best land. We get the best locations. We get the best deals, right? So you can imagine that the king probably did the same thing. I'm going to take the best land for myself and the royal family. And the next is going to be for my friends. And then I'll divide up the rest. You know, I'll have that sort of in my pocket as a bargaining tool to reward people. Or to bribe people. You want some land? Give me some money. I'll give you some land. I'm going to keep some of that in my pocket. I might need that for the future. So you got joint stock company. You have proprietary colonies. And then you have royal colonies. So let's put the colonies of America together, shall we? Let's put the colonies of America together now. Which was the first American colony? Who remembers? While you think on that, let me get you some bars because someone did sub. Let me get you some bars, brother bro. Yeah, I guess we'll just talk American history today. Let's just talk American history today. All right. All right. Yeah. Yeah. And the fire's starting. I'm in this room with a canvas. I'm straight arting the fact that I have no enemies. I want to live in the world where I have plenty of CCs, dollars in the bank. Guaranteed I can put your head in a fish tank and stare at it in the corner of my room, take away your eyebrows and make them into a broom. Real soon, I'm gonna leave this coma and come into the room and smell this death aroma of all of the bodies and the stench. Had to kill everyone in the room because I was stuck in a pinch. Like Judi Dench working for Miss M. I'm James Bond and I leave on a whim. License to kill, license to be ill, license to smack Jada Pinkett and even Will. All right, brother, that was for you. That was for you, friend. Yeah. Yeah, I got a license to smack Jada. I better be careful. I better be careful. This dude is out here. He might really roll up on me and smack me in the face. Yeah, didn't this guy play Muhammad Ali? I bet he hits hard. Let's talk about the colonies, right? Let's start with good old Virginia. So in 1606, in 1606, the Virginia Company of London is organized. This is a joint stock enterprise. What were you all doing in 1606? Do you remember? Go back to 1606. What was it like? Tell me, what was it like? Had your land appropriated. Creating your character in 1606. You was on a boat. On the create a character screen. It wasn't a carnival cruise either. Having your land appropriated. Ouch, brother. Well, in 1606, the Virginia and London Company received a charter from the king. Now, if you can tell me who the King of England was in 1606, I'll give you a freestyle in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, that was Doom. I think that was the Doom that came out in 2019. The King James Bible was king? I'll take it. King James Bible, that's 1611. The King of England at the time was James I. King James Bible is close enough. What was that? What was that? I'm almost mad about that. I'm almost angry about that. All right. Yeah. Yeah, it's like a library, encyclopedia of the girls I want to marry. Scary like spice, it better be nice. If you want to become a trophy and be my wife. On my shoulder and on the red carpet, I have a message and you know I'm gonna harp it. I'm in the middle of the room, red-assed and barefaced, like a berserk baboon. And I tripped up on the words. Guaranteed I can bring in a box of nerds and the shock tarts, make you have farts. They gave all the girls in the room throwing darts to hit you in the stomach and make you throw up. This is a garden and I'm about to turn up with the carrots because I really can't spare it. I'm gonna go ahead and do -1 demerit from the scoreboard. All right, Shelly, let's stop that because thank you. Thank you. I hope you appreciated those bare-boned bars. Bare-boned and bare-assed. Let's talk about America a little bit more, then maybe we'll play a video game. Take a little break, come back, and play a video game together. How about that? How about that? So in 1606, the Virginia and London Company receives a charter. What is a charter? A charter is an agreement between you and your king. You and your king sit down and have a conversation. And the conversation you have is about how this colony is going to be run and what's my share going to be. Because listen to me. If you want to go over there and start a colony and you want your king's help, you got to give your king something. What am I getting out of this? If I let you leave and establish land over there, what am I getting? What's the arrangement here? Okay. Whatever arrangement you came to with the king, that's your charter. Now, your charter is going to be unique to your colony. No two colonies are going to have the same charter. Not every colony has the same negotiating skill or ability, right? One colony might have a really good charter. This colony was given to me for nothing. The king gave me this colony because he owed me money. So in this colony, I can do whatever I want and I ain't got to give the king nothing. Whereas the guy next door, his colony might be, you got to give the king 50% of what you make. Hey, that's your deal. That ain't got nothing to do with me, partner. As I said, these people had no idea that in the future, all of these colonies were going to come together and form a single nation. That was not the goal that they had in mind. Do you understand? It would be like if you were given a piece of land on the moon. You would not go to the moon and settle that land with the understanding that ultimately every settled piece of land on the moon is going to come together and form a nation and set its own rules. No, you're going to set rules the way you want them to be indefinitely. I'm not anticipating me losing my rights here. This is going to be my charter forever. I'm going to be in control here forever, then my kids, and then my kids' kids, and then forever. Remember, no one can see the future. And this definitely applied to the Virginia and London Company in 1606 when they received their charter from their king. What kind of deal would you want with your king? Suppose your king gave you a charter. What sort of deal would you want? Let's talk about the charter that the Virginia and London Company had. According to the charter, if you were an English person, okay, and you got on a boat and you sailed to Virginia, you would not lose your English citizenship. This was a big concern for people at the time, because if I go over there and things don't work out, can I come back? Do I have to stay over there? Am I being exiled? What's the nature of my leaving? So in that charter, the king said, it's all right. You're still English. Okay? You're still English. In essence, you are a dual citizen. Right? You can go over there, you can come back. You retain your English citizenship, even after you take up residency in the New World. What's something else you think they would be concerned about? Put your head to it and you could probably figure it out. Just imagine that you were about to go far away from home. You are about to join a population who, although being English in citizenship, won't be English in presence. You're not in England. You're way over here. What would you be concerned about? You're an English citizen, but you're way over here in North America. And the distance back then was greater than it is today. Okay? I know what you're thinking. How is the distance greater than it is today? Well, it's actually greater because of continental drift. So it's physically greater, but then it's also greater in our minds because back then it took months to travel from England to North America. But today you can do that in a matter of days, or maybe in a single day. Right? So the distances back then were greater in the minds of those who traveled. I want a monopoly on all tobacco. Then I'm going to market it and get folks addicted to it. I'll give the king 10% of profits. Here's the thing though, in 1606, ain't no tobacco. That wouldn't be until John Rolfe, remember? What's on the mind of the English right now? What are they thinking they're going to go over there and find? What you think? It's 1606. Spain has found literal mountains of silver in South America. So what do you think these English feel they're going to find over there? Gold, or maybe even some silver. That's what we're looking for. That's what our mind is on. Gold, silver, precious metals. No one is really thinking about tobacco yet. That whole tobacco culture will come later, beginning with John Rolfe. But we'll get to that part. But yeah, once the tobacco's coming, now I want to renegotiate those charters. But you think the king's going to renegotiate that now? You think the king is going to let you renegotiate the charter now that tobacco is kicking off? No. We're not renegotiating a damn thing. If anything, we're going to keep it exactly the same. And if you keep this up, the king is going to come and take your colony by force. You keep this up. Better yet, since it's on my mind, give me your colony and all your tobacco. You gave me a reason to do that. You try to, see, you welched, you violated the charter. See, now I got to come get you. Now I got to come snatch you up. Now I got to come snatch you up. Keep that in mind, okay? Because ultimately, there is going to be a war between the colonies and the King of England. I need you guys to keep that in mind because this is all going somewhere. What we're doing now is we're laying the foundation. Why did war eventually erupt? Okay? We're getting a piece of that. The king has agreements with these colonies in their charters. During the Revolutionary War, the king would be accused of violating those charters. You're going to hear that phrase brought up, violating the charters. When they say this to King George, they don't mean this in the abstract. They mean this literally. You have violated the charters of the colonies, the agreements, and we have the right, legally, we have the authority to rebel and go on our own because you're not upholding your end of the charter. They felt that they had legal grounds, or at least that was the propaganda that they pushed. Right? That was the propaganda that they pushed when they were preaching this revolution in the marketplace. We have legal grounds to rebel. And this served to persuade some people to join. Okay? Because in their mind, this isn't a rebellion. We're fighting on the right side. We're doing the right thing. We're just standing up to enforce what the king said he was going to do. We're going to make him honest, right? That's how some people felt. But we're not quite to the war yet. War will come later. And when war did come, it would be a little more complicated than this. But ultimately, we'll get to that part in the story. And we'll see just how complicated it was by then. So in that charter, there were basically two agreements. The first agreement was the people of the Virginia and London Company had the legal right to settle. You have the legal right to go over and settle those lands. You have the right to be here. Granted by the king. And then the second agreement, and this would be brought up during the Declaration of Independence. The second agreement was you maintain your Englishness. You got to think about this. If you were leaving the United States today, how would you feel about the next presidential election? Would you feel that your vote really mattered? I mean, you're way off in Afghanistan. Would you feel like you had as much political influence or political say as you would if you lived here? You might be afraid that if you were to leave, your votes would no longer be counted. I mean, you're not here. What are you going to do if they stop counting your vote or stop listening to you? You're not here. They'll just forget you. And before you know it, you'll be a second-class citizen. Right? So this was a big deal to them. Later on, the forefathers would accuse King George of treating them like second-class citizens, violating the second agreement of the charter. We are second-class citizens. You have violated the charter. And therefore, these states are in rebellion. We declare our independence. Okay. We're going to pause right there, gentlemen, and take a little break. I want you all to get up, stretch your legs, take a walk, do some push-ups. Do about 20 push-ups. Do 20 push-ups. Okay? And when we come back, when we come back, we'll continue.
Even their happy hour.
All right. And we're back. All right, let's play a game now. Let's see what games I got. Yeah, we'll do some more Doom. We'll keep it consistent. Wait, is he taking questions now?
So what really will the job be now that the Guard is federalized, now that the Marines are here, headed here too? That's another question I have. Is here.
They're heading close to here, not here on this location. That is correct. 700 Marines. So with our orders, directed by the President, the Secretary of Defense has mobilized. Right now it's 4,700 personnel, so 4,000 from the California National Guard, 700 Marines. And our mission is to protect federal agencies, our federal partners, their personnel as they conduct their federal mission, and even more in particular as they do the enforcement of federal law, and then also to protect all federal assets and federal facilities that are located in the locations where there have been demonstrations lately.
That is a very strong comparison.
Yes, they would be doing.
There are similarities there.
On that, then that's strictly for the protection of the personnel as they do their job, their federal job.
Can you specify how many of the troops have been used so far on those ICE operations? And do you have any concerns about National Guard troops being pulled into like kind of regular law enforcement?
No, so I'll answer that in two parts. First, I don't know the numbers that are on the ICE. Done the actual ICE operations. We have 1,000 that have done operations so far. That is both the protection of the installations or the federal buildings, and then also protection of federal law enforcement as they conduct their mission. On Title 10, on federal orders, these soldiers do not conduct law enforcement operations, that like arrests or search and seizure. They are strictly used for the protection of the federal personnel as they conduct their operations and to protect them, to allow them to do their federal mission.
And to follow up on that, in the case of recent ICE raids where we've had protesters show up to those in downtown, we have seen the vandalism of federal buildings. I was reading up on Task Force 51, and I know that you're specially trained with de-escalation, crowd control, rules of use of force. At what point do these soldiers engage? What would that engaging look like? Whether
So
it's federal building or the personnel?
Yeah, sure. So strictly for the protection of the federal personnel and the protection of the federal building, they're allowed to temporarily detain and wait for law enforcement to come and arrest them. They do not do any arrest. They are strictly there to detain, to wait for law enforcement to come and handle those demonstrators.
Can you tell us what the difference between what the Marines and what the National Guard will be doing?
They will be doing the same operations.
When they go on these raids, are the troops armed with ammo in their weapons or only on their person?
Only on their person.
Major, and excuse the question, but we were interviewing people on the street and somebody, asked, the Marines are coming, what do you think of that? And a person on the street said, aren't the Marines at sea, aren't they specialized in, sea-worthy operations? Why not the Army? Why Marines?
Actually, all federal military personnel, it is part of their mission. So in this case, it was what was closest and what could be used at the time.
Can you give us a little more detail about, you said there's 4,700. How many are already here? Have you identify these additional National Guard troops? I think there's 2,000. When are they arriving? And when and where are the Marines going?
Okay, so there are 2,000 on duty right now that are actually ready to perform operations and performing operations. There are additional 2,000 that are mobilizing right now. They're mustering is the term, and preparing. They'll be ready tomorrow at approximately 1,500 to be ready to come and start their training to get their personnel in, because they are National Guard, they are reserve component. And then the Marines are here at Naval Weapons Station, Seal Beach.
When will we expect to see Marines on the streets in Los Angeles?
I can't give you exactly when that will be, but soon. They're doing their training right now. It is not. We train for a federal mission for warfight, so they're right now going through civil disturbance training and the standing rules of force training.
Can you tell us a bit about the rules of engagement?
Well, so really for rules of engagement, we are strictly here to protect federal facilities and to protect federal agencies and their personnel and allow them to do their job. We are strictly there to help them do their job and to protect them.
What happens if there's a use of force or a shooting? Who investigates that?
That will be law enforcement.
I know you can't say when the Marines will be on the street. Is it safe to say they won't be on the streets today?
They will not be on the streets today.
At what point does military stop? When protests slow, or if ICE feels satisfied with it?
It's strictly to the officer, to the agent in charge when they're doing the operations. They do that, so we have worked out coordination with them. We meet, we do rehearsals, we totally understand their operation, conduct the operation, and then we leave.
Is there a plan in place to call in even more? Because originally it started with the first 2,000 National Guard, now there's 2,000 more coming.
Ma'am, I do not know.
A question on, and I think it's follow up from Carly's question. So right now, is there a date where you're sure Task Force 51 will still be enacted till, or is it a day-by-day situation?
It's a day-by-day situation. We've been ordered to temporarily protect both buildings and federal personnel.
And there is a suit by the state of California that I'm sure you're aware with, where the Attorney General is saying the Marines should only be deployed under the law that says, you know, only those trying to get the Marines out.
That is, they're working it. It's beyond my scope. I'm here to run operations. They are currently been ordered to come and support this operation, so that's what I'm doing right now.
And where do you get the Marines from? I know mainly the Guard members are like 95% from California. Where do you see 29 Palms?
They did. They come from the 29 Palms.
Specify where exactly these resources are just city of Los Angeles? Like how far is the range?
Currently just city of Los Angeles.
How many hours of training do they get for civil unrest?
Civil unrest, it actually goes, it's pretty much a 2-day set training. So it's very extensive. It is all about the civil disturbance, how to, and really how to control crowds and protection of facilities.
And you said the Marines will only be used in the city of Los Angeles.
I do not know that. It's just depending on where the federal agencies will need to have them be used.
Okay, so we could see them in other places.
Yes.
Do you foresee, I mean, can you give us some sense? It sounds like they're protecting federal property, they're also protecting federal officers. How many of these for one, like how much of this operation is one task versus the other?
It depends on the operations. The operations depend on the day and what they're doing. We're prepared to provide up to, right now, currently, we can provide up to 2,000 soldiers to do the missions that they need.
With this training that's 2 days long, local law enforcement goes through multiple months of training for things like this. Can you talk about how prepared troops on both sides are going to be should they are needed to step in?
Well, we go through extensive training to do this. They are trained to use their weapons, to actually have their weapons, to do their personal protection. They're doing that. But this is crowd control. This is stuff that we do not do usually. And this is working with federal law enforcement and really working. They're in the lead. We're supporting them. It's really about protecting federal facilities and federal personnel as they do their job.
In your career, whoever had National Guard members, had members of our own military responding to civil unrest on American soil, or is this the first for you?
It is not. I am a guardsman on active duty. I have done this in other riot situations, not in Title 10, but in Title 32 status, yes. Not in their rifle. No.
Really, can you just explain to us really quick what the equipment is we're looking at? We have tents, we have large trucks that put the verbiage, or do we have time to
Yeah. These are just strictly military planning tents. They're also where soldiers are being housed right now. And we have military vehicles here. Yeah. Thank you. Oops. They are. They are. Thank you.
So it's Task Force 51, those 2,700 versus 47. It's the 47. All the Army and all
a truck, that's a Humvee, you know, things like that. I'm like, do we call this tents? Do we
massacre. Convincing victory.
Yeah, I think this is Doom 2016. Okay, I'm gonna jump back into the story mode. Let's do some more campaign mode. Okay, let's put something interesting on. Something interesting to watch while we play this.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. It's your host Arlette and we are here with another episode of Pop the Balloon or Find Love, and we have some beautiful single ladies lined up. Make some noise, ladies. All right, so we're gonna be bringing out some single men one by one. When they come on out around this corner, if he's your type, you like what you're seeing, you know, everything is just on point, do not pop your balloon. But, you know, if there's anything like he said or, you know, whatever it is, if he's just not your type, you can't see yourself going out with this guy, go ahead and pop your balloon, and then I'll go over to a few of you, see why you ended up popping. Y'all ready to get started? All right, so let's go ahead and bring out our first single guy. Hello, hello, welcome in. I'll have you hold that. What's your name?
My name's Ryan.
Ryan?
Yes, that's
Okay, and Ryan, how old are you?
I'm 26.
26, and what do you do?
And I do a few things. I own 2 media companies, I run a clothing brand, and I also make music on the side.
Okay, very cool. And now, what are some things you like to do for fun?
I love thrifting. I love, thrifting, shopping, coffee shops. I'm like a museum goer. I'm not much of a clubber.
Okay.
So I'm not like a nightlife person. I'm more like a morning type of guy.
Got it, okay. And now what are some things you look for in a woman?
I look for someone who's gonna be able to be supportive of me and like help me with my business and my goals and dreams and whatnot.
Okay.
And someone that I can just, I guess, laugh with and not be too serious about everything. I think that's what I'm looking for.
Got it. And now, what are some of your deal breakers?
Deal breakers. There's a few. Having kids is one. And maybe if they're older than me.
Okay.
Might be one. I'm 26, so.
You're 26, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. So we did get 2 pop balloons. Let's go
Okay.
on over there, see what's going on. All right, if we can have your name and age.
Brianna, 26. I do have a child. I have a son, so deal breaker.
Got it. And Brianna, what do you do?
I work for a medical record retrieval company, so I mean, they have us doing a lot of different stuff.
And now, prior to him saying that kids were a deal breaker for him, you did have your balloon unpopped. Why did you?
Oh, no.
You know, he ain't bad looking. I would like to hear more though, but yeah, deal breaker is a deal breaker.
Got it. And now I know you said the kids are a deal breaker, but is she someone that is your type?
I would say, yeah.
What makes her your type?
I think I like her presentation. Like, she looked like she got done up. So I like that she took it serious and took the event serious.
Okay.
Again, I don't know too much about her. Yeah. But yeah, she's cool.
Thank you. Let's go. Oh, right here. If we can have your name and age.
I'm Charisma, and I'm 27.
And Charisma, what do you do?
I'm a hairstylist.
And why did you end up popping your balloon?
I mean, one of his deal breakers were if you're older, and I'm 27 and he's 26, so yeah.
And then before he said that, you did have it unpopped.
Yeah, I mean, he's tall. He, is sure about what he wants. I was, intrigued until he said the age thing. So it is what it is.
Have you ever dated someone younger than you?
I have.
Okay.
Yeah, so, I mean, age isn't a big deal for me. But, if it's not his forte, then.
Okay. So she is 27.
Yep.
How you feeling her, though?
She's cool. Yeah. I wouldn't say that she's my type.
Oh my God,
but
bro.
yeah.
What is going on?
So what makes her not really your type?
I would say, like, again, I look at the outfits, but also physically, I don't feel like there's any chemistry between us physically.
Okay.
Yeah, they're telling you all the reasons why they're single.
All right. Let's head on back over here. So we do still have quite a few balloons unpopped. So the game gets switched on over to you. I'm going to hand
Okay.
you a toothpick.
Damn, okay.
Uh-huh.
All right.
There you go. So we do still have quite a few girls without their balloon unpopped. So I'm going to have you pop 3.
Damn.
I know.
Tough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Based off of what you're seeing so far, what doesn't really fit into your type, whatever it may be, pop those 3, then we'll go over to each of them and we'll see why you ended up popping.
Can I ask any questions, or are we just...
After this round.
Oh, damn, I don't get to talk to him. Damn.
I know, that's why it's tough.
This is brutal. Okay. All right.
You pop those 3 and I'll come after whenever you're done. Yeah, I know.
Hold on now. All right. We doing 3. Let me see here. Sorry.
Okay, 2 more.
Damn, this is hard.
All right, let's start with the first one you popped. If we can have your name and age.
I'm Lex and I'm 23.
And Lex, what do you do?
I'm an insurance broker and I host Christian parties.
Amen.
And now, why did you have your balloon unpopped?
Because he seemed like he had his stuff together. Literally, that's it. And he light skinned.
All right.
Not complaining about that.
So Ryan, why did we end up popping her balloon?
Damn, you know what it was? I think it was your demeanor. Just the expression on your face didn't look that enthused. I think that was just your natural resting pose.
That is.
And that was it. That was literally it.
I get that a lot, so it's all good.
You're obviously a great person, so I didn't have anything to go off of, so yeah.
Right, see, now she's smiling. It's different, isn't it?
There we go, it's different.
All right, thank you. If we can have your name and age.
I'm Jasmine, 26.
Okay, Jasmine, what do you do?
I'm a graphic designer and comedian.
Okay, nice. And why did you have your balloon unpopped for Ryan?
We have similar interests. He's tall, tattoos.
Okay. Now, Ryan, why do we end up popping hers?
I think it was the outfit for me.
To be fair, I didn't know I was going to be here today.
It's all good. Yeah, I guess it was just, again, the presentation isn't my cup of tea, so.
It's all good.
Okay. All right. Let's go on to our third lady.
Hello.
Hey, if we can have your name and age.
Hi, I'm Karma. I'm 24.
Okay. Karma, what do you do?
I'm a singer. I'm also working in UGC doing videography.
Oh, very cool. And now, why did you have your balloon unpopped?
Oh, I don't know. You got to ask him.
No. Why'd you have yours unpopped?
No, I think he's attractive. I like his tattoos, and I think he's a cool person. And I heard he was also in music and interested in the same stuff as me.
Nice. Okay. Ryan, why'd we end up popping hers?
Again, I'm gonna go on the outfit, and it's the piercings.
It's okay.
I guess it's just that aesthetic isn't my favorite. I think I'm into less showy.
Oh, okay.
Definitely feel the vibes. It's kind of like seeing people with multiple chains, but on the face.
Yeah, but I mean, you're an artist, so it makes sense. It's like you're an expressive
Showing your
person.
creativity. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. Okay, let's go right on back up here. So now you can go ahead and ask the ladies a question, kind of help you narrow it down.
Okay, yeah. All right, we have how many people left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so what is the worst part about dating you?
All right, let's start right
The worst
up
thing
here.
about you, worst aspect, character trait, yeah.
Okay, we'll start with your name and age.
Hi,
What kind
I'm
of question is
Esther,
that?
and I'm 23.
Okay, and Esther, what do you do?
I'm a medical assistant and a full-time nursing student.
And just to answer his question.
What is the worst part about dating me? I would say just patience. You know, I'm not as patient. I'm working on that. So I would say I'm still working on my patience still.
In what regard, patience? Like,
Just not, we live in such a microwave, society. We want things here and now. So I'm working on just like waiting on God's timing. And yeah.
okay, all right.
Your name and age?
My name is Jacqueline. I'm 25.
Jacqueline, what do you do?
I'm currently a full-time student pursuing a career in aviation.
Nice. Okay, and then just to answer his question.
Worst thing about dating me, I'll probably say patience as well. I'm
What's up,
impatient.
Adaptoid?
Okay. Add anything to that?
I want something different.
Something different. Can we come back?
You want to circle back to her?
Yeah, we can circle back.
All right,
That's
all right.
fine.
We'll give you some time. Okay, let's get your name and age.
I'm Kayla. I'm 23.
Okay, Kayla, what do you do?
I do real estate and property management.
Okay, and then just to answer his question, what's the worst thing about dating you?
That's it.
I don't want to seem perfect, but I'm just like how he was explaining himself. I'm very cool. I'm chill. I'm laid back. I don't expect a lot of stuff to happen. I came from a family of 2 parents, so like I mean, I don't know. But as far as like, I don't know, I'll eat your food maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I really do not know. But not to sound like I'm cocky or nothing, but I'm just a patient person. I don't mind, like, I'm not the go with the flow type of person, but if you know when the time is right, we need to go ahead and make sure we on that type of time. But yeah, I don't know if that makes sense, but.
Let's go back. I think we gave her enough time now.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe the worst thing about dating me could be like I have high expectations. Like if you tell me you're gonna do something, I expect you to do it. And if you don't, that kind of becomes a problem for me.
Okay.
Let's go. Got 2 more down here. All right, your name and age.
My name is Mishna. I'm 23.
And Mishna, what do you do?
I'm currently a makeup artist, full-time.
Okay, and just to answer his question.
If I had to say the worst thing about dating me, it would probably say how outgoing and goofy I could be. I'm the youngest of 3, so I kind of have that young child, the younger sibling syndrome. So I kind of was bouncing off the walls. By the grace of God, I've been working on it a little bit better because, like our last person said, no one's perfect. I don't like to think I'm perfect. But with everything, it's hard work, and I feel like I've been doing better. But yeah.
Okay.
Okay, if we can have your name and age.
Sure, my name is Dira. I'm 22 years old.
And what do you do?
I work remotely for a specialty pharmacy, and I'm in school for neurology.
All right. And then just to answer his question, what's the worst thing about dating you?
Sure. I mean, I think that word
Oh
is
my
pretty
Lord.
subjective. I wouldn't say there's a worst part of dating me because I'm pretty open to learning about myself. And, you know, if there's something a quality of me that needs to be worked on, I'm okay with working on it.
What do you call a
But
person that
I would
believes
say
they can do
something
no
that
wrong?
I am working on is
Yeah,
taking
self-righteous.
other people's opinion into perspective and looking at both sides of the story. Typically, I'm overthinker and I just think of my side and then I'm like, okay, let me calm down and you know, it's really never as exaggerated as they tend for things to be.
It
So
sounds like
that's
she's
something
on a
I'm
job
currently
interview.
working
I don't
on,
like that.
Understanding other
She needs
people's
to she needs to
perspectives.
relax.
Okay, yeah. All right,
Okay.
Let's head back on up here. So to switch it on over to you, what's the worst thing about dating you?
I'm opinionated, so I just have strong opinions on things.
Okay.
And I'm a truth seeker, so it's like if someone can prove me wrong and like this is the right way to do things or this is how it should be done, I'm open to it. But I feel confident in my decision making, so that's why I like to do things a certain way and how I like to do them.
Got it. Okay. All right. So after we have heard the ladies, I'm going to go ahead and have you pop 3.
Okay.
We're going to have you pop 3 of their balloons based off of what you've heard and what you've seen, all that stuff.
Okay. Oh man, this is brutal. Okay. Let's do. Let me see how I wanna. This is terrible. What am I looking at? And let's go to.
Okay. Since we're here, we'll start with her.
Okay.
So why'd you end up popping her balloon?
Can you remind me of what your answer was?
My answer was I have high expectations.
Okay. I think this one's tricky because I'm visually drawn to her, but I think there's like a personality difference. I don't think it's based on her answer.
Okay.
I just don't. I don't know. I don't have a concrete answer necessarily.
If you like that. All right. Let's go into our next girl. Why did
Okay.
we end up popping her balloon?
Your voice was raspy.
Okay.
But that, I mean, I not to say I don't like that, but
Oh my God, does he
I
like
think
anything?
voice is something I'm very attracted to or drawn to. And if I'm picturing a long-term relationship with someone, it's got to be someone that I really love how they speak. So that's the honest answer.
Have you gotten that before about your voice?
Hell no. I mean, no. Most people like my raspy voice, and then I got an accent, so like, I don't know, but I mean, that's how he wants somebody high pitched. I don't know, but that's on you, Pookie.
It's all good.
Okay, let's go on to our third popped balloon over here. Okay, so why did we end up popping her balloon?
She was.
The pink
she
one
seems
was
motherly
really cute.
to me. Like.
Motherly? He called her motherly? She didn't like that.
I was just giving mother.
Uh-huh.
That's it.
But don't usually men want to go for someone who's like their mother?
Yeah, I mean that was my answer. That's
Okay,
it.
that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Why is he wearing his hat like that?
Okay, we got a pop. Why did we end up popping our balloon?
It's giving mother. Isn't that what you want, kind of, in a woman?
It was just. I think it was the outfit. It was how she was put together. That was like the mother vibe. That was it.
I mean, if you guys want to date someone like
I
your
don't
mother.
think it was her personality necessarily, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I find him handsome. He's typically what I go for, but I feel like...
It's all good.
Anybody here trying to date their mother?
Okay. Yeah. For me personally, like, I want to look
If that's
at
you,
mother.
give me a 1 in the
Like, I
chat if
wanna
you're
look
looking
at
for
someone's
if you're
wife,
looking for
you know?
mom.
Yeah.
So it's like when you said it's giving mother, I took that as like a compliment, but I don't think you mentioned that as a compliment. I think it was more of like a insult, kind of, you know? But yeah, I mean, you are attractive. I like your answers so far.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was just the way you interpreted my critique.
No, I get that.
It's all good.
Cool. We do have our unpopped balloon down here. Let's go on over here. Did you have any questions you wanted to ask him?
What do your daily habits look like?
My daily habits. I wake. Let's see. I start with waking up, and I work Monday through Friday. The weekends is where I take my time to relax, but I wake up, I like to go to the gym 3 times a week, and then I'm always working. My day looks different usually every single day, so I don't have a ice plunge and then two hours of meditation and then this. It's like I drove to Arizona
How's
today.
this guy
Like,
getting
I keep
me?
it very random, so I can't say I have a daily regimen that I follow.
First thing,
But
I wake
guess
up.
in terms of just habits. I don't know, I just like to get my work done before 6 p.m.
So, how do you find time to care about yourself? Like, what do you do to
That's
cater
good.
to yourself?
That's a good question. I think I have difficulty with that. It's hard to find a balance between being
This chick is too
relaxed,
mousy for me.
comfortable, and like self-care, quote unquote, and
He's like a little
working
mouse.
and grinding and like. So I don't think I have an answer to that. Yeah, I have difficulty with that.
Sure. Okay. What do you look for in a relationship?
Kind of like what I mentioned earlier, which was just someone who's supportive and willing to, I think, allow me to lead as well.
Lead how?
Lead in basically every way.
What is every
Lead in
way?
every
More
way.
specific?
Support me and let me
Probably
lead.
like-
Pay my bills and do what I say.
When it comes to decision making, let's say we're traveling, we're going on a trip.
Okay.
I'll book the trip. I'll be in charge of like the itinerary, and I can ask you, hey, do you like this? Do you like this? Cool, we'll set this up. We'll have this. The Uber, I have it booked, and we'll pick us up at 6 p.m. Like, I like doing stuff like that because,
Oh my God.
I don't know, I just like having my, I guess
This
my
game is
way.
not hard. You guys have to
If-
understand,
if
this
I
is not a
like
hard
that.
game.
Mhm.
Do you smoke or drink or take any? Okay.
Nah, I stopped drinking when I turned 21.
She gonna ask him, listen.
It's just something that
She gonna ask him all those questions and then pop her balloon anyway. she's asking him all those questions and then she's gonna pop anyway. Yeah, I just wasn't feeling you. Sorry, I just didn't feel like. What's up, morning after? I just didn't feel like there was a connection. It seems like she's on a job interview. That is not sexy to me. Relax, sweetie. Chill out. Chill. No, this game is not easy. I mean, excuse me. This game is not hard, is what I meant to say. It's not hard.
I don't know, it doesn't agree with my system.
Sure.
So I don't smoke or nothing.
Yeah. Sure. Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me bring y'all all up here.
Okay.
Let's come up. Let's come up. All right. So, do we have any final questions before we determine if y'all are, feeling each other?
I don't have any other questions.
You don't have any children.
He's trying to get out of it.
I'm just gonna pop because.
I told you. I told you.
I don't feel
I-
a good energy. I'm not sure. You're a really handsome person, but I feel like intellectually maybe we wouldn't
told
connect.
you,
We'd be
bro.
on different
I
levels.
told you you was
when
gonna
you
do
said,
that. She had him
you're not
answer
really
all
sure
those
how
questions just to
to
pop his
apply,
balloon.
balance into your life. That's really important to me, and I feel like even though I'm 22,
Oh
I've
my
definitely worked myself up to be
bro.
to a point where I can be balanced and find time to take care of
Yeah,
myself.
I'm gonna go
and
ahead and
I want
pop.
someone that's
Yeah, I
already
just-
where I'm at.
You're perfect,
other
but
than that,
I
you
just
sound
wasn't
like
feeling
you're
the
a very
energy.
good person. You have a good trajectory that you're going on, and I hope you wish the best.
Yeah. All good.
Going back.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I think it's a valid criticism, and I think
He appreciates that?
It's good. I like what you said.
Yeah. She's like, what do I do?
Listen to what this dude is saying.
Okay. All right. Well, Ryan.
I appreciate the fact that you rejected me. I appreciate that. You know what? You rejected me, and I appreciate that. What does that even mean, brother? How do you appreciate a rejection? This is like a job interview. That's what you'd say at the end of a job interview you didn't get. Yeah, it's, but hey, let's keep watching.
And we weren't able to find you a match today, but thank you so much for coming on. Let's give
Appreciate
it up for
you
him,
guys.
ladies.
Thank you, guys.
I'll take the mic.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, play his ass off.
All right, let's go ahead and bring out our next single guy. Hello, welcome in.
Damn.
I'll have you take this mic. What's your name?
Antoine,
Antoine, how old are you?
I'm 27.
27. Okay, and what do you do?
I work at a plant, but I also personal train.
Okay, very cool. And now, what are some things you like to do for fun?
Really work out, just self-love, focus on self-love.
Okay.
That's me.
So you're all about the gym.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, health as well. Health as well.
Okay. And now, what are some things you look for in a woman?
Really, make sure she love herself first, and then just she gotta understand that a happy man is God's plan.
Okay. Now, what are some of your deal breakers?
You say what?
What are some of your deal breakers?
Smoking. Smoking is just a no deal for me.
Okay.
That's really it. And then you gotta be a gym girl. Be a gym girl.
A
as
gym
well.
girl. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. So we did get a
I
couple
thought he was dead.
names. Let's go on over to these girls and see what's going on. We'll start right over here. If we can have your name and age.
My name is Jacqueline. I'm 25.
Okay. And Jacqueline, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
I'm initially not really attracted, but also you said you want a gym girly, so I'm not that either.
Oh, yeah.
All right. And
Oh
now,
my
I guess
God,
you're
bro!
a gym girl.
How
She
does
said
this
she's
dude
not.
keep
So is she
getting
someone
me?
That's your type
Oh,
of.
no, she good. She good.
Thank you.
She good.
See? He said even if you're not a gym
Thank
girl.
you, Koof.
I'm telling you.
Does this dude keep?
And then we did get a couple down here as well. All right, if we can have your name and age.
I'm Lex. I'm 23.
Okay, and Lex, why did you end up popping your balloon?
Because he's not my type. Like, just physically, he's not my type.
Okay, so physically, what is your usual type?
She don't even know. She's just
Sorry, I
making
wasn't
shit up.
expecting that. More, I don't know. I don't know. I can't even tell you.
Of course you don't know.
Just like the energy, possibly, or whatever.
You said physically though.
Yeah, like physically, your energy is not
Physically, your
natural. But I
energy.
do like that you go to the gym. I like that though.
Physically, your
And I like your
energy.
outfit too.
She said physically, you're so 6'6", rocked out, dark, tall. Like what is she talking about? She's just making stuff up. See, listen. You know how if a guy is feeling ugly, he'll find reasons to disqualify the girl because he doesn't want her to reject him. I feel like I'm ugly, and if I don't reject her first, she's gonna reject me. This is the female version of that. That's why she's just making stuff up. It's your energy. It's physically you're not my type, or it's the energy. She's just going down the Rolodex of excuses. Physically, it's your metaphysically, it's your physical it's your body.
I'm 23.
Okay, and Lex, why did you end up popping your balloon?
Because he's not my type. Like, just physically, he's not my type.
Okay, so physically, what is your usual type?
I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting that. More, I don't know. I don't know. I can't even tell you. Just like the energy, possibly, or whatever.
You said physically.
The energy or whatever.
Yeah, like physically, your energy is not matching. But I do like that you go to the gym. I like that though.
I got you. Appreciate
And I
you.
like your outfit too.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
And now, is she someone that's your type?
Hey, decent. We can work something out.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's go.
I ain't against nothing. It is what it is. I don't know none of y'all. Hey, things can change.
All right, let's go on over here. Your name and age, and why you ended up popping your balloon.
I'm Jasmine. I'm 26. I really just popped because I smoke weed. Everything was cool, but you say you don't like people who smoke, so.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Same thing. I know you say everybody's cool, but
Smoking, smoke. I can't do no smoking.
can't do that.
I respect it.
Okay, let's go on over here. We can have your name and age.
Hi, my name is Mishna. I'm 23.
And Mishna, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
I popped my balloon because at first you said you're a personal trainer, but then I heard you speak about how much God is in your life, and I was like, darn it. But then I also I just felt like, more or less, I just don't see us being compatible with you being so big into the gym. I'm not a gym girly whatsoever. I personally dance. That's my choice of exercise. So I didn't want you
Another example.
going to the gym and me being like,
She's
no, I'm good. I
insecure.
didn't want that to be an issue. So I just figured I'd just rather separate myself.
I understand. That's one thing I should have emphasized on. As long as you've been active.
Bro, do not take
See,
anything
there you
that
go.
they say seriously.
This could have been a thing. It's okay. It's okay.
Better than next time.
Okay. And so apart from him saying the whole gym thing, is he someone that is your type though?
He's definitely someone my parents would like. I feel like you walked in the door and they'd be like, oh, thank you, Jesus. Like, she finally got a husband. No, but like, definitely you are more or less my type. It's just, It happens. People make mistakes. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay. All right,
Yeah.
cool.
People
We
make
do have
mistakes.
one
What
more
is she
here.
talking about?
We can have your
You're my
name
type.
and
People
age.
make mistakes.
I'm Karma. I'm
Imagine
24.
taking any of them
And Karma, why
seriously.
did we end up popping our balloon?
I just wasn't feeling the chemistry, but then you said that the smoke weed thing, and I do smoke weed, even though it's not my biggest partake and it's not something I would hold on forever. It's something I do right now. Same way with Jim. I don't mind. I would take on to your same things and be able to do it together, but you know, chemistry is a thing too. So it's all.
Man, respect it.
All right. And now, Antoine, is she someone that's your type?
Again, I don't know nobody, but at the end of the day, if the chemistry there is there.
Absolutely.
I don't pick and choose.
We love a God's man.
I don't
Okay.
pick and choose.
All
I
right.
don't pick and choose.
All right, cool. And I think we did get a couple that we missed. If we can have your name and age.
Charisma, and I'm 27.
Okay. And Charisma, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
I mean, I smoke a little weed here and there, so that's one of his deal breakers. So.
Got it. Okay. And then before he said that you did have unpopped, why did you?
I mean, he's handsome. I like the whole put together everything. So yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now I know you're gonna say the same thing again, and we want something different, okay? We need something different. So, is she someone that you would approach if you saw her out?
Somebody I approach, I would say no, just because I'm more of a petite guy. I'm more of a petite guy.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's go back over here. All right. If we can have your name and age.
I'm Esther. I'm 23.
Okay. And Esther, why did you end up popping your balloon?
Just physical attraction. I'm not as
Am I
attracted to
ugly?
him. You're not ugly. No.
I got you.
It's not that. It's just not.
It ain't given.
No, it's given. You look good. I like your outfit.
I got you.
But it's just a physical thing, physical attraction.
Okay. So, is there something? Because he's trying to
None
figure out
of what
too,
they're saying
is
is making any
You know,
sense.
we want to
Yeah, a
know.
lot of y'all said physical attraction. I feel like you feel me?
You are handsome. Just not to me.
Damn, I got you though.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
I'm sorry.
Appreciate
It's
it,
just
appreciate
that.
it.
Great teeth, too. I keep like staring at your teeth.
Great teeth, physical fit.
There's
outfit
like-
look good. What is it though? Let me know so I can work on it.
Hello?
Self improvement.
It's like beauty's in the eye of the beholder. You know? You are someone else's cup of tea, just not mine.
I got
But
you.
yet I'm complimenting
Now, how are
you on
feeling,
how
Esther?
attractive you are.
Would you approach her if you saw her out?
I probably would.
So she's saying you're not my type. Meanwhile, she's peppering him with compliments. Physically, you're just not my type. I mean, you're handsome and I'm attracted to you, but you're just not. What does that? Imagine taking anything they say seriously. Imagine taking anything they say seriously. The only thing to do is to play games with them. Because you can't take them seriously because nothing they say makes any sense. The only thing you can do is just have fun with them. You know, don't take it too seriously. Just have fun and, you know, don't read too much into this stuff.
All right, cool. Thank you. So we do still have 3 unpopped balloons. I'm going to go ahead and have you ask the ladies a question to kind of help you narrow it down, see who's more your type.
So I already got the gym thing out the way.
Uh-huh.
I feel about 50-50. 50-50.
Oh,
What's
let's
up,
start right
butterflies?
here. Your name and age?
Yeah, appreciate you.
I'm Kayla.
Appreciate
I'm 23.
You. Appreciate
So,
that.
Kayla, why'd you end up popping from him asking how you feel about 50-50?
Because I'm not trying to like backtrack on my past relationship that we was doing 50-50 there and I didn't like it. Because I feel like if I'm cooking food, if I'm cleaning the house, if I feel like that's the 50 right there.
I never said
So-
about payments or nothing.
Well,
I just
then
said
explain.
50-50. It is can you adapt? That's a better question. Can you
Yeah,
adapt?
okay. Yes, I can.
Because I can be holding you down, but then again, life happens. Life gonna life.
Yeah.
Can you adapt?
Well, then if that's
Are
the
you
case,
willing
yes.
to adapt?
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
so can I?
You want your balloon back? Let's get that balloon.
Money, I'm not putting on none.
See, Kayla, that's why you should have just asked him.
You're right. That was my fault. I'm sorry.
You good? You good?
What?
Okay, so who's your favorite so far? Which one of these ladies would you all choose? You like the black, you like the pink, you like the light blue, you like the red, saggy, droopy red. She thought that dress was a good idea, huh? She thought going braless was a good idea. You like the pink? I like the blue. She thought going braless was a good idea. Wait, so you're not supposed to keep your balloon until well, you pop your balloon when you're not interested. Pink, red, black. Most attractive to me, irresponsible. Yeah, why would you do that? You got these droopy, saggy titties. Why would you come out braless? Come on now. Show some class. They're not your best asset. The first four. A lot of outdoor balls here, but I see the Wilson State Championship ball there. What does that mean, brother? What does that mean? I'm keeping it unpopped. So you want this guy? Coop ain't popping his balloon, so you want this guy? Appreciate you. Is a cope for appearing and feeling rejected. Appreciate you. Yeah, it's like they all feel like they have to say something nice once they get rejected. Sorry, I'm just not attracted to you at all, not even a little bit. I mean, you're just repulsive and just horrible looking to me. Okay, appreciate that. You know what? I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you. I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate that. Appreciate you. I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate that. Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
You know what? Hold on. I'm about to do it again. Because you know what? I tried to shoot my shot at him a long time ago. And he, like, never gave me the time or attention. And he probably don't want to tell nobody, but he's, what's the people? Security at the club. And I be trying to shoot my shot there, too. And he still don't give me a chance. I'm good. I don't even care no more. I'm good.
That's all what you got to say for yourself.
All right. It's just like, if I see you in the club all the time, it's just, come on now, let's be
It's
real.
not even all the time, but I also got your Instagram. So
It's like,
make some shit shake. What you saying? Make some shit shake.
what you saying? You heard us? What you say?
So you're saying you see her out too much,
Yeah, this,
and that's like that's not
like,
what.
even though I work security, at the end of the day, I'm not making money. If you was out making money, that's the difference. But you going out, I'm cool.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and go on over to our next girl.
I got a question.
Start with your name and age.
Oh, my name is Brianna. I'm 26. What's outside too much? Like, what is
In the club sections,
too much is the part I'm trying to figure out.
too much. Man, every weekend is too much.
Okay, not every week.
What's up, my guy?
And then I think your initial question was, how do you feel about 50-50, right?
No, how you feel about being able to adapt?
No, you didn't say that.
You did say 50-50.
50-50 was the question, but can you adapt?
I'm gonna answer 50-50. With 50-50,
How do y'all feel about 50-50?
yeah, no. I feel like that's a case-by-case scenario. Like, I don't have a problem. It depends.
Yeah.
Like, I don't mind adapting because you did say adapting. So I don't mind. Like, every relationship is different. So whatever works for each different relationship works. Like, I'm not opposed to 50-50.
You pay
is
for
what I'm trying to
yourself, she
say.
pays for herself.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. I would rather, let me throw that in there. I would rather more so the man putting in more. I'm not going to lie about that.
Yeah.
I would more so
Bro, I found
prefer
zero
a man putting in
secrets.
more, but I don't mind a 50-50 situation. It depends on the situation.
No, I like it.
Cool.
I
Let's
like
go on
it.
down here.
I found zero secrets on
All
this
right.
level,
If we
bro.
can have your name and age.
Sure. My
We're
name
gonna
is
keep on
Dara. I'm
going.
22 years of age.
Okay. And then to answer his question about the whole 50-50.
I'm sorry. The question is, can
Can you adapt?
I don't like
So
this mousy
basically,
chick on the
if we in a
end.
relationship, of course I'm gonna take care of everything as
Sure.
a male. But can you, if something was to happen, are you able to
I mean,
pick up the slack where I'm lacking at?
Sure. I mean, I think that's kind of like the bare minimum of jumping in a relationship.
Oh,
You'd
yeah.
have to be willing to adapt to a person.
But you'll be like, it's shocked nowadays with the generation in nowadays.
Sure.
Everybody just expects so much.
Okay. I feel like that should be communicated
Oh, yeah.
before jumping into anything, though. So,
Completely
yeah.
agree.
Yeah.
Completely agree.
Okay. Do you have any questions for him?
What is your daily habits?
Daily habits out.
Sure.
Gym. I work and go to the gym.
Anything else?
That's me. I read and ground.
What's interesting about you? What would you say is an interesting aspect of you?
Interesting.
Like, what are your hobbies? What do you like to get into besides the gym?
I'm right now. I'm
Sure.
focused on really self-love and work and gym and active. I'm being active.
What does that look like to you, self-love?
Being healthy, just caring about my body first.
Okay. What does that look like? Like, how's your lifestyle?
Eating right. And like I told you, I read and ground.
Okay.
Just getting my body right, and that everything else gonna fall in line.
What
That's
books
what I
are you
believe in.
currently reading?
You say what?
What books are you currently reading, or what genre do you read?
Just self-love. Any self-love book. How to be a superior man.
Sorry?
How to be a superior man.
How
to be a superior man.
Oh, superior man. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the book I'm reading right now.
Sure. Okay. Do you have any questions for me?
And I don't.
You don't?
I don't. We can focus on that elsewhere.
Popped. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Why do we end up popping? I think the
'Cause
energy.
you're a mouse.
I feel like
The energy,
I'd
shut
want
up.
More,
Go
someone to
home.
ask more questions for me to get to know me better. That's all.
On the show.
I think there's like baseline foundational
I just
questions.
feel like it's a time and place for everything.
Sure.
I got you though.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Go home, mouse woman.
All right, and we did get our pop over here. Why did we end up popping?
How old are you again?
27.
Yeah, no. I ain't gonna lie, I thought you was younger. But
Oh, that's old? 27 old?
27 isn't old.
No.
Yeah. I just want to see the other options. That's it.
I got you.
You're handsome.
Okay.
Hi.
What's up with it?
You're handsome.
No, I appreciate you.
Okay, all right. Well, that is all the balloons popped, unfortunately. But we do thank you for coming on. Let's go ahead and give it up for him, ladies.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and bring out our next single guy. Hello, welcome in. I'll have you hold that. Can we have your name?
I'm Michael.
And Michael, how old are you?
I'm 25.
25. Okay, what do you do?
I'm an electrician.
You're an electrician?
Yes.
Okay. And now, what are some things you look for in a woman?
Just really support and a few morals. I grew up in the South, so gotta have morals.
Okay, all right. And now, what are some of your deal breakers?
Just ruthlessness, being disrespectful.
Ruthlessness?
Especially depending on certain situations.
What's
and
ruthlessness?
stuff, but really, that's the main thing.
Okay, all right. And then for
I
the
don't like
ladies
a
to kind
woman
of
who
get
got
to know you a
ruthlessness.
little bit, what do you like to do for fun?
I play basketball. I play paintball as well. Also, I'm getting into riding motorcycles. So.
You say you're riding motorcycles?
Yes. Yeah,
Ooh,
get
oh,
back into that.
all right. So we did get a couple of pop balloons. Let's go on over there and see why they ended up popping. Let's
sure.
start right at our first girl right here. All right, if we can have your name and age.
Hi, I'm Esther. I'm 23.
And Esther, why did you end up popping your balloon?
He looks like my ex. Yeah.
Okay.
Literally. The second he walked in, I was like, what? But yeah.
Got it, okay. And now, is Esther someone that's your type?
Yeah, I would date her.
Okay. So you're not trying to circle back? No.
No. Did you play football?
No.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
Okay. All right, let's go on to our next girl. We can have your name and age.
I'm Brianna. I'm 26.
And Brianna, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
Well, you are younger than me, and I do have you on Instagram. I've never met you in person, but I do have you on Instagram. But really, you're just younger than me, so.
How could you date any of these girls and they know all these dudes? Imagine seeing this dude in your girl's Instagram. And the other dude. Too many. Like I say, if you guys want to get married, you got to go into the country. Find yourself a country woman. A woman who hasn't been in the city. All these women, how many sexual partners they didn't had? This woman right here in the red dress, you too. How many dudes have put their penises inside of her? How many you think? Them fucking saggy titties. How many men? But she thinks but in the city, she's the prize. Bro, these chicks, all you can do is have fun with them. You can't take them seriously. Okay? You cannot take them seriously. Have fun with them. If you want to get married, brother, If you want to get married, brother, if you want to get married, you got to get out of the city, go into the countryside. Meet a nice little shy girl who never leaves the house. A nice shy little pretty girl who never leaves the house. You know what she likes to do? She likes to be with her mom, her dad, and her sisters. That's what she likes to do. She ain't got no hobbies. She likes to be at home with her mom, her dad, her sisters. She's very close to her mom, so she knows how to cook well. Right? She spends a lot of time at home, so she's very good at doing things around the house. Right? She's a nice girl. She's never been with a man before. She ain't got no boyfriends. You're her first boyfriend. Her first boyfriend. She's shy around you. She giggles and looks at you and runs away. Shy, cute, innocent, untouched. You come into the city and you meet these chicks. Aggressive. Ugh. Cantankerous, challenging. All you can do, brothers, have fun with them. Just have fun with them. Okay? Have fun with them. But you can't. Because they all got issues. They've had multiple relationships and they haven't debriefed on any of them. Many of these women have been in abusive relationships. Some of them physically abusive. Some of them emotionally abusive. Some of them financially abusive. They've all been abused by men in some capacity. And none of them have sought any therapy, any treatment for it. They're carrying around all of this emotional baggage, all of these disappointments with their fathers, with their boyfriends, with the baby daddy. And this is what you're walking into. You want those kind of problems, man? You want those kind of problems? They look pretty, but I'm telling you, you will get bored with the sex, you know. You buy a new Ferrari, you're going to like driving it in the beginning. You know, it's nice, it's fast. But after about 6 months, you didn't hit all the gears. You know, you didn't taking it all the way up to 225, right? You're kind of over it, but you still got that car payment. Right? Still got that car payment, still got that high ass insurance. Still got that expensive maintenance. After a while, you're trying to get rid of it. And then the guy you're selling it to is like, why would you want to get rid of this car? The car is great. It's brand new. It's got 20,000 miles on it. Why are you trying to get rid of it? Well, now you know why. It ain't where I'm over it. Now I understand what a Ferrari is. It's a lot of work and it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. I take this thing in for an oil change. You're not going to believe what they quote me. Well, we got to go in and change the special sensor and what? I'm good, man. I need to sell this thing. And then the guy you sell it to, he's feeling the same way. Man, this guy gave me a crazy deal on this Ferrari, bro. And then he drives it for a little bit. 6 months, he's over it. He's like, man, this fucking maintenance is tough. I just want to get in the car and drive it, right? But I got to kind of over it now. You know, it kind of just sits in my garage. I don't really have time to drive it, you know. It just kind of sits in the garage. I got to get rid of this thing. Then he sells it. And then that guy sells it. And then that guy sells it. And now it's in your garage. And eventually you're going to sell it when you're over it. So it goes with a pretty woman. You're going to get over her looks one day. You're going to be over her body. And you're going to want her to leave. You're going to be like, I'm about finished. I really would like it if you would just leave. That's what I would really like, is if you just left. Eliminating someone based on certain traits revealed during the show. Yeah. So if you're going to choose a partner, you have to choose them for their intrinsic qualities, the qualities that satisfy your deep-seated needs, because those are the things that are going to remain. Looks aren't going to remain. The thrill and the novelty of having sex, it's going to wear off. Unless you're just like a freak like me. But, you know, every man is a little different. Let's continue.
For sure.
Yeah, I'm 26. You're 25.
For sure.
And now, is she someone that's your type?
I think this
Not
game will be a
really.
lot of fun to play.
I like more like, I would say, athletically built women, but
Athletically
still
built.
good.
All right.
Not muscular, but you know, like more.
You want me to be like, ugh.
Not muscular. Just more.
What you want me to be like?
Just a little bit more built, you know, like thicker women.
Thicker. All right.
Ooh, let's go back. If we can have your name and age.
My name is Jacqueline. I'm 25.
Okay. And Jacqueline, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
I'm petite. He said he likes thick women.
Oh, thank you for the sub. My guy Pink.
You didn't say thick, did you? You said more.
Thicker.
Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, thicker
wrong,
women.
wrong color for you? Yeah.
You know,
Everybody got their own
it is
taste.
what it is.
So is she someone that is your type, though?
Yeah, she's my type.
Everybody got their own taste. I'll put it to you this way, though. Sex is the. Let me put it to you this way: when those Spanish men came from Spain, and they landed in the Caribbean, they probably had some ideas too about what beauty was, about what they were attracted to, but they didn't have their families around. They didn't have their women with them. And they took to those women immediately, because it doesn't matter what your preference is when it comes to like race or social status. Ultimately, sexual attraction wins, and it wins every time. This is why every single time human groups have come together, they've had sex. Every time. This is why it doesn't matter where these African migrants end up in Europe. They're going to have sex with the women. Right? And a lot of the European men know this, and that's kind of what makes them so upset. They know they're going to have sex with their women. Why? It's because every time human groups come together, that's what they do. Right? When it comes to sexual attraction, no man or woman is a racist. You can't be, because it's illogical. Right? Biologically, if human beings were that picky when it came to sexual opportunities, we probably would have went extinct a long time ago. But human beings are sort of like sexual scavengers. Human beings will have sex with each other simply because there's no one else around to have sex with. So sooner or later, sex will happen. Okay? It will happen. It's just a matter of time. But if you live in a place that is racially homogenous, you might be able to entertain the illusion that there are some types of women. I will never have sex with that type of woman. But that's only because you've never been around those types of women. The women in your area are probably very different from these women. But trust me, brother, if you move to Africa, the blackest place on earth, you move to Africa, and there were no white women and all the women were black, do you think you would just never have sex again? What do you think? Or would ultimately you just start having sex with African women? What you think? I haven't had sex for 20 years, brother. Because there are no white women here for 20 years, bruv. No, bro, you're going to take right to them. Because it's the great equalizer, brother. And that's just how we are as men. And thank goodness we are, because if our species was petty enough to avoid a mating opportunity because of skin color, we would have went extinct a long time ago, because that's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous reason to reject a mating opportunity. We would have gone extinct a long time ago. Of course they would. You take any member from the KKK and put his ass in Africa, put his ass in Israel, nothing but Jewish women. You think this man is just going to not have sex for the rest of his life? Or is he eventually just going to start having sex with Jewish women? Of course he is, because he's not retarded. Right? And I mean that literally. Something in you would have to be a little retarded. Your development would have to be retarded for you to be like, I'm not going to have sex with this woman. I'd rather not have sex for the rest of my life than have sex with a Jewish woman. That's ridiculous. That would be a ridiculous person. But to imagine that that's even possible, right? Do you think a man can live amongst a population of any women and not have sex with them? Do you think that that's even biologically possible? Or will... I guess that just depends. Now we're talking about us. Like, are you that gullible to believe that? But I know black guys who say the same thing. I can never be with a white woman. I can never be with a woman who ain't black. Okay, well, that's because you've probably spent a lot of time around black women. But if you were in a neighborhood and you were the only black person, do you think you would just stop having sex? Or would you start having sex? Of course you would. You would start having sex with whatever was available. You put men in prison together. Listen, you listen to me. These men would be like, I'm not gay, bruv. I'm not gay. I don't like dudes. I don't like dicks or penises. It's not my thing. I like women, bruv. Women, brother. I don't like dudes. I don't like dinglings or penises. None of that, bruv. You put them in prison with each other, and guess what happens? The men will start fucking each other. And they're not even gay. But that's how much men like to screw. They'll screw each other. They'll screw mattresses. They'll screw fruits. I knew a guy in high school who's well, I don't want to go there, but I think you get where I'm going with this. And you think a man is going to walk away? You know, when I was 13, I put my dick in a plum pie. When I was 15, I made love to a Yorkshire pudding, but you know, love, you're a black woman. I can't do it. I won't do it. I would have sex with a Yorkshire pudding, but not you, love. Not you, bud. Not you, love. Come on now. Think about all the weird stuff you put your penis in when you were in middle school, high school. Like I said, you put men in a room long enough and they'll start having sex with each other. So I don't want to hear any man talk about, oh, I wouldn't have sex with her because she's too tall, she's too short, brother, she's too fat, she's the wrong color, I don't like it. Sorry, brother. I've never put my penis in any food, brother. Okay. Okay, brother. They have glory holes in Texas. They have glory holes all over the place, brother. All over the place. Yeah. So if you can say things like that, oh, I would never have sex, just remember that's a bit of a privilege, right? If you were in a strange land with strange women, you would start boinking those strange women. If you were on another planet with alien chicks, eventually you would start having sex with the alien women. I mean, that's just, if you've been a man longer than 15 years, you should know certain things about yourself. And if you know something about yourself, well, then you know something about all men. Because all men are the same in some ways.
When I say, like, you know, athletically built, it's just more, you know, like some type of physique to you, you know.
Okay. So do you, apart from saying that, you did have your balloon unpopped. So when he kind of rephrased that, how are you feeling now?
I feel the same.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're still,
Yeah.
to know?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's go on over here. If we can have your name and age.
Charisma, 27.
Okay. And Charisma, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
I just didn't like your question was what are you looking for, and the first thing that you said was like support, and I feel like if a woman says that, then we're like gold diggers and we are looking for help. And I feel like when you're looking or trying to be with someone, you're supposed to be looking for love. So that was just my thing.
Okay. Did you want to elaborate on what you meant by support?
So let me ask you this: would you take care of a man that doesn't need to be taken care of?
I'm not, no, I wouldn't. I mean, if we're together and we have communication and he's down and I'm able to pick up where he's lacking, yeah, but take care of a man, no, never.
See, and that's where the question gets you. It's a man that doesn't need to be taken care of, not financially, but you got to be able to take care of him emotionally, support him in those type of
Right.
ways. That's why if you don't, listen to the whole question, you eventually,
Well, maybe,
answer it wrong.
you could have elaborated a little bit more on the support, but that's just, that's what you said, so I was
sure.
just,
Okay. All right. So, is charisma someone that's your type?
Yeah, she is.
Look at you.
Really? This big?
Okay, and I know you
This
said him
big
saying that whole
woman?
support thing was like, but once he elaborated, is he like physically your type though?
Bro, we
Like-
have to kill
I
Instagram.
do
This
like
is ridiculous.
the fit. I do. I like the
This
builds.
wholeflation is off the
like, I
charts.
don't like skinny guys. He's cool.
Oh. How you feeling?
I guess we can talk a little bit more. I can get my balloon back.
This big old fat woman.
Okay,
Are you
all right, let's
are
get
you
that
out of your
back.
mind? This hungry woman, this hungry hippo.
There you go. Okay, we'll be
That's
back.
crazy.
All right.
You're picky.
Let's go right on over here.
Miss
We can have
Piggy?
your name and age and why you ended up popping.
I'm Jazz. I'm 26. I popped because I feel like we would be more like best friends.
Best friends.
Understandable.
You getting that vibe or?
Yeah.
Oh, why are you guys getting that vibe?
I don't know. He
What, am
just
I
seems
gay?
like brotherly. Like he looked like he'd be my brother.
For sure.
All right. Let's go to our next person here. Okay, if we can have your name and age.
Hi, I'm Karma. I'm 24.
Hey, Karma, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
Hi, baby. You are so
Piggy, Miss
sweet. Your
Piggy,
hair is
Piggy,
the problem.
Piggy, Miss
That was
Piggy.
it for me.
My
It's
hair, bitch,
it's
kiss
healthy,
my
it's
ass. Leave me
natural,
alone.
and it's being done and kept. I appreciate that. It's just the hairstyle for me. I just don't like the singular braids. They remind me of Big Toddler. I don't know why. Otherwise, you give grown man vibe. I like the outfit. It just didn't work out for me. But it's okay.
Is Karma someone that's your type?
Not really. Just more like kind of look gothic, but not. You're beautiful for sure, but it's
Stop
just,
that, bro.
the
Stop
nose
that.
ring for sure. That's the main thing.
Listen to
It's a
this.
vibe. It's all right, though.
Bro, if we don't start being honest with these women, we're gonna distort their view of reality. This is abusive now. Why do these men keep calling these women beautiful? This is not a beautiful. What is going on? So I reject you and you give me compliments? If this woman were ever standing beside a real beautiful woman, she's gonna feel like the universe is against her. I've been beautiful my whole life. We have distorted their perception. She thinks she's beautiful, Miss Flat Front. The whole front of her body has a 0 degrees, has like a 90-degree slope. No topography on the front of her body, none.
It's just the nose ring for sure. That's the main thing.
Miss Biscuit midsection, her midsection looked like a can of biscuits that's just been opened a little bit, and now she's picky. I will not be chewed out. Look at her body, bro. Come on now. Come on now. Look at this. And he called her beautiful? That's ridiculous. That's unforgivable, brother. You can never do that. You can't do that. He wants to get some pussy from one of the yeah. Why, bro? We gotta be honest with them. That's you can't call a woman like that beautiful. If you call her beautiful, she looks like she got a mustache. If you call a woman like that beautiful, she'll never apply herself to becoming really beautiful. It's not polite to lie. What if every woman you saw today called you handsome? What would that do to you? What would that do to you? If every woman today was like, "Oh, you're so handsome. Wow, you're really handsome." Wow, you hear this every day for 20 years. What's that going to do to you? It's going to start to distort your view of yourself in relation to other people. That's the average female experience. Just being called beautiful all day. Nah, sweetie, you're not beautiful. You got some work to do. You got to do some sit-ups. You got to add some topography to your upper body. Gaslighting. Yeah, stop lying and gaslighting these women, bro. Be honest. And here's what's going to happen when you're honest. When you're honest and you start telling the truth, people are going to treat you differently. They're going to treat you with respect because you're honest and you don't lie. Who am I kidding? You need some topography. What's up, China Moss? Yeah. I can't believe he called this woman beautiful. That's also why calling them beautiful puts you in a bin of thousands of forgettable people. You know what I do when I see a beautiful woman? I'm going to be completely honest with you. Because someone has to equalize and break these women down. And I guess I'm the one who's been chosen for that job. Because when I see a beautiful woman, you know what I do? You know what I do? Ask me what I do when I see a beautiful woman. I'll tell you. What do I do? Go ahead, ask me. Well, my self-esteem is pretty low, so don't think it'll hurt if some women call me handsome. But after a while, Pink, if every woman is calling you handsome, but also people haven't seen the world of other women too. You're right. When I see a beautiful woman, I immediately turn around and walk the other way. Because I'm sick of it. That's what I do. When I see a beautiful woman, I turn around and just walk away. Leave her thinking, what? Yeah. I give them a look of frustration, then just walk away. Are you going to take part in one of those shows? One of these shows? You gotta say it like you can just walk on the show. If I did, I'd bring a character. Hi, my name is James Soggyfoot. My name is Bruce Breckenridge. Hello, love. My name is Liam. My name is Liam Lawfinger. My name is Liam Lawfinger. It's nice to meet you. Yes, I've got a question for the ladies here. Suppose I invited you over for Sunday brunch. Right? Me and my mother cooked Sunday brunch and invited you over. Which spoon would you use in your soup bowl? The one to your immediate right? The one second from the right? You know what, love? Thank you for rejecting me. I appreciate that. Thank you, love. So the women just put the men down. The women just put the men down, and the men just put the women up. That's what this show is. It's a sick relationship here. The women just come and put the men down. Yeah, you're handsome, but you're not my type. Physically, you're everything I think of sexually, but just the physical energy right now is just not, it's just not there. Yeah, you're everything I ever wanted in a man, but the energy right now, I'm just not feeling the metaphysical vibe. So I have to say no. Physically, your energy is just physically, but metaphysically, physically, the physical, metaphysical energy of the situation is just off. What they mean to say, what they're trying to say is that they're embarrassed. They are embarrassed. That's what embarrassment feels like. They are embarrassed. The other girls are looking at them and they feel embarrassed. Okay? They feel embarrassed. A girl is only going to approach you and say that you're cute if the other girls give her permission. You understand? That's how they work. Even if a girl is attracted to a guy and the guy comes up and talks to her, if her friends have declared him off limits or for whatever reason, she's going to reject him. Why? Well, because socially, women are pussies. They are what they have socially. They don't have the courage to stand up against the crowd. They don't even go to the bathroom alone. Right? I mean, I love women. I mean, they rev my engine. But they don't go to the bathroom alone. They go in groups. They depend and rely on one another for support socially. So if a woman is in a situation where there's a guy in front of her that she likes, but the girls around her don't like him, she's going to play along. Ew, get away from me. Ew, as if I would. What a dweeb. It takes a lot of courage to be like, fuck what these ugly bitches are saying. I like you. That takes balls, and girls don't have no nuts, guys. They ain't got no nuts. You got the nuts, right? But they don't have any. That's why when they're out with their friends and the fattest, ugliest one of them steps forward and pulls her away from you, she doesn't have the courage to be like, get your fat, piggly hands off of me, you ugly. Because that takes balls. She ain't got the balls to say that. You fat, piggly, wiggly, refrigerator-ass body, get on away from me. Quit cock blocking, hating, yo hating ass. That's what she should say. But she ain't never gonna say that. Because she ain't got the balls to do it. She ain't got no nuts. Okay? You got the nuts. That's why you have to take the first shot. Okay? I think some women's friends sabotage it too, yeah. They'll like the guy and tell the girl he's not it.
I don't know why. Otherwise, you give grown man the vibe. I like the outfit. It just didn't work out for me. It's okay.
All right. Is Karma someone that's your type?
Not really. It's just more like kind of look gothic, but not. You're beautiful for sure, but it's just the nose ring for sure. That's the main thing.
It's a vibe. It's all right though. Thank you.
All right, let's go on over here. Your name and age and why you ended up popping your balloon.
Sure. My name is Dira. I'm 22 years of age. I just popped because you seem like a wonderful person. I just feel like maybe our energies wouldn't match necessarily. I feel like you'd be well equipped with someone else. That's all.
For sure.
Yeah.
Okay, and is she someone that's your type?
Not really. But I mean, her energy does seem like she's a very genuine person. We could be cool, but dating wise, probably not.
I get it.
Okay. All right, cool. And then we did end up getting a pop back here. Oh, look at me skipping you. If we can have your name and age and why you ended up popping.
Hi, my name is Mishna. I'm 23. The reason I ended up popping because I just got a kind of a better look at you, and I noticed how many tattoos you have. I have none, so that's just something I'm personally not looking for, and I just feel like I don't want any hassle when it comes to bringing home my parents because I'm Haitian. I'm first generation, and my parents are a big aspect of who I date, and I don't want you to have any trouble, and I don't want to hear my mom's mouth. So I just feel like it'd be best if to just.
For sure.
Okay. All right. And.
I mean, none of my tattoos are like anything vulgar or anything like that.
It doesn't matter with them.
For sure.
Doesn't matter.
Understandable.
Okay, so we do still have 2 unpopped balloons left. I'm gonna go ahead and have you ask the 2 ladies left a question, kind of help you narrow it down between them.
Okay. Do you have any children?
No.
Oh, they both, no kids.
No kids? Okay. How many children are you wanting?
Okay, let's start.
3 at the most.
3 at the most.
3 at the most.
Like 2.
Like 2.
What about for you? Do you have any kids?
No, I do not.
And how many do you want?
2.
2, okay, all right. Ladies, do we have any questions for him? Okay.
How often do you go out?
Well, I usually go out sometimes if it's not every weekend. It's sometimes I work 60 hours a week, so I mean, whether it's going out to the club or going out to just have fun, enjoy activities, it's either or.
And do you believe in God? Like, do you go to church or anything?
So I don't go to church out here because I was raised in church, so like I have a certain connection. If I go to your church and I'm not feeling that vibe, like I can't just find that. You know, I gotta be brought into that. That's how I was raised.
All right, rephrase this question. I'm gonna rephrase it. How deep is your relationship with God?
Very deep. It depends on what you want to know.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Okay, I have 2 questions. Do you like to travel?
Yes.
Do you travel a lot?
I don't travel a lot right now because I'm building myself as I'm younger. So then before, you know, starting a family and everything, I can get that out the way.
How flexible is your schedule? Because I'm a hairstylist, so I kind of like pick my schedule. So I can be free when I want to be free. So how flexible is your schedule?
So I make time for what I want to make time for. So my schedule is flexible, however we need it to be.
I had one more question. It's just it's like when she did that, it just went out of my brain. There was one more. I don't know.
You don't know it?
You can come back.
Okay. Well, I'm actually gonna switch it on over to him if I can borrow your pick. Okay. I'm gonna have you hold that. So off of these 2 ladies, I'm gonna have you pop one of their balloons, and you will see if the other one is your match. Okay, so why did we end up popping her balloon?
She's just less than my type between the 2 women. She's very beautiful. Hair done.
Thanks.
Outfit, crazy.
Thanks.
No problem.
That's all I have to say is thanks.
Okay. All right, and so I'm gonna bring you on up here. Let's come on up. Yep, you too. All right. Did that question go back to you, or any final questions between either one of you before we determine if this is gonna be a match? And if you have one as well, you can. You said I'm good.
I think I'm good.
Oh.
I think I'm good.
Okay, so my final question is gonna be: is it a yes for you for him?
Yes, it's yes.
Okay, and is it a yes for you for her?
Yes, it is.
We got a match! Okay, I'm gonna take this mic and you guys can go on up. All right, let's go ahead and bring out our next single guy. Hello, welcome in. I'll have you take that. What's your name?
My name is Chandler.
Chandler?
Yes.
Okay, and Chandler, how old are you?
28.
28, and what do you do?
I'm a fraud analyst. So I just look at customers' accounts, make sure that their fraudulent use of their account number, just pay them back if it's a fraud case. If not, I just deny the claim off the evidence I found.
Okay, pretty cool.
Yeah.
And what are some things you look for in a woman?
Yeah, just kind of like my other half, you know what I mean? Someone that compliments me, someone that's, by my side, definitely loves me for just me, you know?
Okay, that's
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Now, what are some of your deal breakers?
Definitely like kids with multiple men. And just closed-mindedness,
Okay.
not willing to just try new things and,
Is he
be
gay?
spontaneous.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we did get a couple of pop balloons.
Of course.
Let's go over to just a few of
Is he
these
gay?
ladies, see why they ended up popping their balloons.
Sure, of course,
Okay,
of course.
let's start over here. We can have your name and age and why you ended up popping.
My name's Kayla. I'm 23.
Hi.
I just popped it.
Now let me ask you, does it make any sense to call this guy a black man? What do you think? And while you say that, I'm going to get some more ice and water in my cup. Actually, I think I'm okay for now. He looks black. Tell me how that makes sense. He's literally... How can he and I both be black when we are completely different skin colors? Someone has to see the nonsense in that. How can he and I both be black men when we are different colors? None of this stuff makes any sense.
Yeah, just because I don't like your outfit.
Sure.
I like your face. I like your height. I like everything about you. Like, if you had something different on, I would definitely be like, pick me.
So,
but, yeah.
My next question for you is, what kind of outfit would you expect me to like wear? What would you?
Not a flannel because it's hot as shit outside.
Definitely,
and then,
definitely.
Other than that, maybe if you would have just took anime, not that either. Pokemon
so that's
or
a deal
I think
breaker.
No, I don't know. It's just childish. But if you would have probably took the flannel off, maybe
Sure.
it would have gave a little bit more. But you making me hot standing in front of me, so yeah.
Sure.
But that's it.
No worries.
And your name's Chandler.
Yeah.
It's so
Like the city.
interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it.
No worries. Thank
Better
you.
outfit. I would have. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, is Kayla someone that's your type?
Yeah, actually. Yeah, I like the braids. Very beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, tattoos are cool.
Thank you.
She's definitely someone I would approach.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Let's go over to another lady.
For sure.
We're going to skip around. If we can have your name and age and why you ended up popping.
I'm Lex, I'm 23,
Lex.
and you're just not my type.
No worries.
Like, your whole aesthetic is just not, it doesn't fit me.
Sure. No
So,
worries.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
That's cool.
Okay. All right. And now is Lex someone that you would approach?
Yeah, no, she's beautiful. Yeah.
Thank you.
Love the hairstyle, love the dress. Tattoos are cool. Yeah, everything's cool. Yeah,
Thank
she's
you.
cool. Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Cool. Thank you, Lex. And we did get one down here as
Yes,
well. Let's
yes.
go over here.
Hi.
If we can have your name and age and why you ended up popping.
Hi, my name is Dira. I'm 22 years of age.
Yeah.
And I just popped because even though I don't really know you, but based off of physical attraction, I'm not necessarily attracted.
Totally.
But that's really it.
Yeah, no, I respect
I love
it.
your freckles. I have
Thank you.
freckles.
Yeah,
You're
I like
really
it.
handsome.
Thank you.
Sure.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Now, is she also someone that you would approach?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Eyes are beautiful. Hair is
you.
great. Dress is great.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's super beautiful. Definitely.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Okay. Let's go over here. If we
Yes.
can have your name and age and why you ended up popping.
I'm Jazz. I'm 26. I pop really because I feel like we would be more friends. I'm a very, not aggressive, but I'm a very dominant person, and I just can't see you being overly dominant over me. So I just feel like we would be better as friends.
Interesting. Okay, so you feel that I would not be the dominant one.
I just
in
feel
the
like you'd be
situation.
passive, and I don't. Not like there's nothing wrong with that. That's
Yeah.
just, I just feel, which is fine if you're passive, just not for me.
Interesting. Okay, no worries.
But you're cool. Like, nothing
No,
else.
I totally understand. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. And now, is Jasmine someone that's your type?
Yeah, she's beautiful. Love the braids, love the outfit. Everything's cool. You know what I'm saying? Real stylish. She's cool. Yeah, definitely.
See, someone like the outfit, okay. All right, let's go on over here. Yes, we can have your name and age and why you ended up popping.
I'm Brianna. I'm 26.
Yeah.
You know, my typical physical attraction is like a dark skin. So
Totally.
You know, you pretty light. You light bright.
Yeah.
Okay. You're not ugly though.
Yeah. Now I've kind of like seen this before, and I've just always wanted to ask, what is like your negative, or what is your sort of like issue? Not necessarily issue, but what is your like, I guess for a lack of better words, what is your beef, if you will, with light-skinned individuals? Do you
I don't have a
necessarily
beef at all.
Yeah, you just
I'm just
necessarily
more so attracted to dark skin. Like,
Dark skin,
That's
exactly.
just, chocolate. Ooh.
Okay.
You feel me? It make you melt.
Okay.
So that's just it. Other than that, like, you're not, you're cute.
Yeah,
But I just prefer
just a little bit
little
darker. If I
chocolate,
was,
a little
yeah.
dark skin.
Okay, for sure.
It compliments me,
Interesting,
It
okay.
compliments my skin tone.
Okay, yeah, I
But,
feel that.
yeah.
I feel that. Okay,
I don't have a beef.
I like that. I like that. Reasonable answer. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Definitely.
All right, and now is Brianna someone that's your type?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Beautiful. Love the earrings. Love the hair. Dress is awesome. Heels are great. Everything looks cool.
appreciate
Yeah. No, you're great.
Okay, all right.
Thank
We
you.
got two more ladies up here.
Of course, of course.
If we can have your name and age and why you ended up popping.
My name is Jacqueline. I'm 25.
Jacqueline, hello.
I ended up popping because I feel like we're not aesthetically compatible.
Sure.
Like, I'm not really feeling your shirt
Sure.
or like the rips in your pants.
Sure.
But I
No
think
worries.
you are very handsome in the
No
face.
worries. Now, is it like a past experience you've had with guys that dress like me, or is it just like, not really feeling the style?
No, not a past experience. I'm just not feeling the style.
Of course, of course. I
Of
appreciate
course.
that. Thank you.
Of course she's not feeling the style. Did you
And I'm
expect
same
that?
thing. Is she someone that is she? a type?
What is everyone on this show has a problem? Everyone on this show has a problem. This guy needs to go to Starbucks and find him a basic.
Beautiful, beautiful. Love the hair. Earrings look great. Dress is cool. You know what I'm saying? Accessorizing well. Heels look cool. Yeah.
Oh my God, brother. This is bad. This is wild. So these girls shoot this dude down and he just compliments everything about them. Sure, I like everything. I like the fact that you're this, that, you're beautiful. I like the...
Yeah, everything's cool. Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, at your name, age, and why you ended up popping.
Hi, I'm Esther. I am 23.
23, cool.
I have some reasons for you. You
Yeah,
ready
what's up?
for them?
I don't want it.
So,
I would have shut her down like this. No, I'm not ready. Can we move on? You over here rehearsing how you're going to tear me down? I don't want to listen to that. The only thing you can do with these women is just have fun with them. You take them seriously, bro, your life, you're going to hurt. You're going to hurt. All you can do is have fun with them. But if you want to get married, bro, this isn't the move. These chicks got street smarts and guy friends and street smarts.
I like that you find beauty in everyone.
Yeah.
All the ladies here are gorgeous. I appreciate that.
Definitely.
But I feel like you should know exactly what you want.
Oh, I do. Trust me.
Okay. All right.
No, that's
sounds
locked
good.
in. Trust me. I already know.
Because she did ask, like, is she your type? And you kept saying yes and yes and yes. And there's nothing wrong with that.
No, I love chocolate. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
It's
you
a
know
bunch of
what?
beautiful black women.
About. He's one of them, bro. He's one of those. He's one of those. Do you know how annoying it is to be around someone like that? I've known black people like that, and they are annoying. Oh, as long as it's black, I like it. Black pepper, fucking blackouts, black toast. Black women. I like black shoes, black leather. I got a black dog, a black house with a black eye. If it's black, I like it. These people are, they're probably about as annoying as a white guy who says that would be. Yeah, I like white cake and white women and white shoes and white pants. I got a white hat. I like that too. I like white women. Imagine how annoying that guy would be. Now make him black. It's the same level of irritation. Who wants to be talked to like that? Who wants to be talked to like that? Who? I like you because you're black. Who wants to be talked to like that? What if someone was like, oh, I like you so much because you're white, or whatever you guys are? Would you want to be talked to like that? That's what you noticed about me? Damn. That's why you like me? So any other dark guy, wow. It really wouldn't bother me because I don't really look for that kind of validation from women. We call them adult male movie stars. But see, he's not really dark-skinned, so maybe he's trying to compensate. Right? Maybe he's trying to compensate. Some black people can be very racist, and they will call you out and say that you're not black. That's probably something that you all don't experience. How often have you done something and other people have been like, hey, you're not Asian because you did that. You're not white because you did that. You're not Hispanic or Native American because you did that. Has that ever happened to you? Anyone ever had their race and ethnicity revoked because of their actions and their behaviors? Yeah, some black people are very quick to do that with light-skinned people, you know. So sometimes their life can become a campaign to demonstrate just how dark they really are. I may not be physically dark, but in all of the other areas, I am a black person. I like black women, black pepper. I even like black salt, blackouts. I like black lights. All my lights in my house are black lights. Yeah. My walls black, black carpet, black black soap, black toothpaste, black tires. I wear black socks, everything black, because I'm trying to compensate for the fact that phenotypically, I don't cut the mustard. Yes, in high school, but not by black people. You can take a girl out of the rocks, but you can't take the rocks out of the... What is that? Brother, tell me what that means. Tell me what that means, brother. Help me with that. I've seen it before many times. A lot of black people are very quick to do that to other black people, mostly behavior. If you speak properly, yeah, it's something that all black people, if you did well academically in school in America and you're black and you went to school with a lot of black kids, you went through that big time. Big time. It's just a rite of passage. If you want to do well in school, not go to jail, not sell drugs, and you're black, you're going to go through a lot of, man, you ain't even black. You ain't black, man. What you doing, reading books and going to college? What are you trying to be? What are you trying to be, white or something? And the sad thing is that anything good, if you do anything good with your life, they associate that with whiteness. You know, what you trying to do? Get a career? What are you, white? Look at this nigga doing homework. This nigga trying to be white so bad. You want to be white so bad. Right? But what they don't realize is that the world is much bigger than just white people. Everyone is doing those things, except them. Except you. You're the only people not doing it. So doing well in school, graduating and going to college, these aren't white things. Right? And if you look around, it's not just white people doing it. It's everyone except you. That's the truth of the matter. It's everyone except you. These aren't white abstractions. These are just the abstractions of value systems that champion growth, productivity, development, wealth. Generally, your communities that prioritize future enjoyment or future gains over immediate gratification. So this isn't going to feel good right now, but in the future it will, right? Similar to a white guy raps or makes hip hop, you're not being very white. Must think he's black. Yeah, you get some of that too. But doing hip hop, that's extra. If you're black and you just do regular stuff, go to school and get a good grade, you're white. Graduate from high school, you're white. Go to college, you're white. Just basic stuff. It'd be different if a black kid went and picked up a banjo and was like, I want to learn to sing country western. I mean, that wouldn't be white either, but that would be like him doing something extra. But I'm talking basic stuff. Reading books. What are you, white? Going to school. What are you, white? Not dropping out. What are you, white? Not having a prison record. What are you, white? You ain't got no felonies? So wait, you're married to the woman who has your kids? All of them? You ain't got no baby mamas? What are you, white? It's ridiculous. It's like a cult of self-destruction. If I'm gonna fail, everybody else needs to fail too. It's horrifying. It's in all groups, I'm sure. But I'm gonna say the only place where, I don't know. I don't belong to other groups and other communities, so I don't know what goes on in those conversations. But in my family, I was definitely a white boy because I went to school and I liked to read books. That definitely made me white. Definitely. And that's something I heard at home. It's something I heard at school. Something I heard from my siblings, my parents. But on my father's side of the family, I didn't hear that because in Haiti, you're not expected to be stupid because you're black. See, it's a different culture. So in Haiti, that idea doesn't exist. This whole idea of if you're black, you have to race to the bottom, right? I have Nigerian brothers and sisters. Same thing with them in Nigeria. Being black does not equate with being a failure or being a loser or being a drunkard and dedicating yourself to destruction. This is almost exclusively an African American thing. The black Americans who've been brought up in the culture in America. Other groups don't have that idea. If you're doing good in school, you're trying to be white. Never heard that from my father. Never heard that from my stepmother. Never heard that from that side of the family. But that's all I heard from my mother's side of the family. African American side. What are you white? What are you trying to be white? So what are you, white? You a white boy. I knew you've been wanting to be white your whole, it's crazy. It's ridiculous. And then all them niggas went to prison. All of them. All of them went to prison. All of them went to prison. I guess that's black. Huh. I guess that's being a real nigga. Go to prison. But I still get that now. But when I get that, I'll say something like, if I say anything, I'll say, if they say, what are you trying to be white? I'll ask them, I'll put them on the spot. I'll say, okay, well, how does a black person talk? You talk like a white person. I'll say, well, how does a black person talk? And then they get embarrassed. Go ahead, show me, how does a black person talk? And invariably, they'll do something like this. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Even the black people will do that. Even the black people will be like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck was that? What was that? What was that? Because you don't even talk like that. You consider yourself black, but you don't even talk like what you just said I should talk like. Okay, so how does a black person act? I'll ask them, put them on the spot. And then they'll give me, they kind of, like, yeah, you. And I'm like, and then I'll say, did Martin Luther King act that way? What about Frederick Douglass? Did he act that way? Did Malcolm X act like that? What about Marcus Garvey? Did he behave that way? And of course, the answer to those questions is no, they didn't. But see, back then, it wasn't until the late 80s, early 90s, that blackness became defined as being like a dirty, dangerous person, like a dangerous person. And that's gangster rap. The music brought that to the community. Broadcasted that idea to the homes of millions of black children, that if you want to be black, you have to be dangerous. Got to be dangerous. People got to be afraid of you. Yeah. And a lot of the men in my family fell for that. They soaked it right up. It was given to them on the television and the music, and they soaked it right up. So that's what I'm supposed to be. And they soaked it right in. And they went and became those things. They had rap, but it was Fat Boys and Sugar Hill Gang. Yeah, it was fun. But 90s, it became gangster rap, and that brought in the Dr. Dre's, the Eazy-E's, the Tupacs, the Snoop Dogg's. I think they just gave Snoop Dogg like a Lifetime Icon Award. But what did you do with your life? You made it cool for black people to kill each other. Think about that. I want you all to think about this. Let's say you're 70 years old, you're getting up in age, and you look back at your career. And you realize that during most of the murders, most of the people who were murdered in your community, they were murdered by people who listened to your music. How would that make you feel at the end of your life? If you look back and you found out that the music you made was the music that was playing when people were shot down and murdered in your neighborhood. He got off a double murder charge. That is his biggest accomplishment. Yeah. I wonder how. How'd that happen? Let's continue.
I'll take it back then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trust me.
Second reason, if I could just take the shoes, I'll take the shoes, right?
Mhm.
And then just strip all of that. Keep the face. You're handsome.
Wait, so you don't like the sneakers?
No, I like the sneakers.
Okay.
This gone.
Oh, okay. So the rest
The
of
outfit,
got
the
it,
clothes.
got it,
The
okay.
outfit, which honestly, it's something that you can change.
Yeah.
I get that.
Without a doubt.
As well.
Yeah.
But it's just like, you know, you kind of knew what we were gonna look like.
Okay, so
as far as,
this
like,
is my
attire
next
goes.
question. This
Yeah.
is my next question because I've seen a few of these videos, and a
Okay.
lot of women have like straight up flamed men off like wearing suits, off wearing like what they're comfortable with.
I
So
get
you
that.
tell me, like, what do you want your man to like? How do you want your man to dress? How do you want your man to look?
Would you dress like this on the first date with me?
Yes, this is what I'm comfortable with.
Okay.
This is who I am.
Hey, I love that. I respect that. It's just, if like you dressed like that on the first date, I would probably walk out.
So then my next question is, how do you want your man to dress on the first date?
Bring back that dark skin man. That his
So
outfit.
the dude with the open.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
So now she's saying, bring back the dark-skinned dude that I turned down. That guy I turned down, bring him out as an example. This is so... Listen, if you take what they say seriously, your life is just going to be a mess. Imagine bending over and trying to satisfy these fickle, changing, shifting needs and desires of these overindulged women. Good night. You're just going to be mad and hate your life. And you're going to be broke too.
Yeah, my brother. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Well, your brother
Yeah,
can
yeah.
learn a few things.
Got it. For sure.
But yeah, other than that, I mean, you're handsome. Your answers have been great. Your questions have been great. I like your face. Like I said, it's just the outfit. Besides that, maybe. Who knows?
Copy. Got you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
This
you.
nigga said
And
thank
now,
you.
is she someone that is your type?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I love beautiful black women. You know what I mean? Dresses, fantastic. Everything's on point. So I have no problem with this. So yeah, she's great.
Cool, thank you.
Cool.
We did get one down here.
Awesome. Yeah.
Awesome.
Hello, if we can have your name and age and why you ended up popping.
Hi, I'm Karma. I'm 24. Actually, you are my type, and you're somebody I'll be interested in. Now, when you said that you would wear that for a first date, I'm not opposed, but I do feel like people should dress up for first dates. You know, women, we got to do a little bit more. I feel like the man should be able to subside. Now, for me, it is personally like I had questions, but like I just felt like if I wasn't gonna personally go on a date with you or match further, that's stuff that we can still talk about as friends, but it just wouldn't be somebody that I would look for as a partner with you right now.
Sure.
Why would I
But
want to sit
otherwise,
and
you're a
talk
great
to
person. You
you
seem cool.
about...
Seemed interesting.
Yeah.
You got some cool
Respect
stuff on.
the answer. Nice. That was well spoken.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right, and I feel like I know the answer to this, but is she your type?
Man, chocolate. You already know. Yeah. Come on now. Like, come on now. Dress is cool. Like, everything's good. Hair's on point. Yeah. I like the little like nose ring kind of thing. Yeah. It's different. Yeah. I
Thank
like
you,
that. I
thank
like that.
you. Yeah, no, I found him interesting. I probably just need to know you more, but otherwise, I just felt like I was going more off the outfit and off of just seeing myself with you. But yeah, you seem like a great person, though.
Totally. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, too.
Thank you. So we do have an unpopped balloon
Yeah,
here.
definitely.
If we can have your name and age.
Hi, my name is Mishna. I'm 23.
Okay, and Mishna, why do you still have your balloon unpopped?
Well, with all of my fellow colleagues, they had a lot of good points, but I feel like when it comes to your outfit, you could always change your clothes.
Yeah.
And I feel like when she was talking about anime, I'm a big anime nerd.
Perfect.
And she was saying, "Oh, anime is childish." So I'm like,
That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for.
watch
Yes,
anime.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
But I did.
Yeah.
I just felt like you seemed like a really cool individual. You seemed
Thank you.
really laid back, and
Yeah.
the way you were responding to the other ladies' answers, it wasn't defensive. It wasn't like, "Well, I know I'm good looking," like. But you seem very
Each their
nice.
own. Yeah.
You seem very nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm looking for someone nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so let me just let's walk on up here.
Yeah.
Come on up. Come
Yeah,
on.
I'm
up.
with that. I'm with that. I'm with that. I'm with that. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any final questions between either one of you before we move forward?
What is your type for the entire row? I just want to. Do you have a type, or is everyone your type?
No, definitely not everyone.
A black woman.
You know, I grew up in a like predominantly like my father and my mother, and they are both just black. So this beautiful black woman, you know what I mean? Like someone that just loves me for me, you know, like I want to like keep the
This dude is so
the
thirsty.
bloodline just like good.
Keep
You
the
know what I mean?
bloodline
Like,
good?
Strong.
Exactly. Like
What
black
the
is black.
hell?
You know what I mean? And
So this dude is like a race. So he's like a racist. I want to keep the black bloodline strong. Yeah, that's pretty racist, brother. Imagine anybody else saying that. It's wild. I want to keep the bloodline strong. All right, Adolf. But what's ironic is that he clearly, look at him. He's talking about keeping the bloodline strong, but look at him. I think he has a bit of a complex, you know. I don't really feel that I'm that black, so I feel like I gotta go hard with my blackness. It's like the guy that was leading the Proud Boys. He had a Hispanic last name. Well, we see why you're so ardently. I mean, you have something to prove. Yeah. He sounds like someone who fetishizes black women, but he's a black dude. Yeah, he's trying to make the point. He's trying to prove that he's black. But being black has nothing to do with what kind of women you're with. Martin Luther King loved white women, but arguably he was undeniably black. He loved white women. Loved them. Oh my God, already? Oh Lord. This dude is Hulk smashing the level, bro.
And yeah, it's just really as simple as that. Like, I've just seen good, beautiful black love, and that's what I want.
He was
It's
black?
just
That explains a
beautiful
lot.
black
As you
love.
should.
You know what I mean?
Where would you take someone on your like?
Not someone, you.
Sorry, you're right. Sorry, you're right. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
you.
I apologize.
Yeah, where we going on our first date? Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So I'm like big on like, I kind of like for a first date, I'm really big on like the picnic kind of setup. I know it's a little hot for that, but we can do like an afternoon
this
to
guy.
the like to the sunset kind of like picnic date. You feel me?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? With just like the sandwiches, the grapes, the water, the blanket. You feel me? Just enjoying the scenery, enjoying each other's company.
Strawberries.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? So,
Sheesh.
like, I'm just a lover boy at the end of the day. So, definitely just looking for
Take
love.
my balloon. You can have it.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, all right. Let me ask my little final question. So, is it a yes for you for him?
It's a yes. I like him.
And is it a yes for you for her?
Definitely.
We got a match. Okay, I'll take this mic, and y'all can go on off. Oh. All right, let's go ahead and bring out our next single guy. Hello, welcome in. I'll have you hold that. What's your name?
My name is Chad.
Chad?
Yes.
Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 29.
29, all right. And what do you do?
I'm a restaurant manager, model, rapper, actor, all that.
And now, what do you look for in a woman?
Peace, integrity, respect, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like a hustle, like I want to provide, but I want to be able to know you can provide for yourself type thing.
Okay.
What?
And now, what are some of your deal breakers?
Not too many, honestly. I mean, I'll say one of my deal breakers is like somebody being close-minded, just not open to the possibilities of their mindset being.
That's my question,
end all,
Tropes.
be all.
Okay, all right. Well, we did get a couple of pop balloons. Let's go on over to these ladies, see why they ended up popping. Start right over here. If we can have your name and age and why you ended up popping your balloon.
My name is Jacqueline. I'm 25.
What
I ended
in the
up popping
world,
because you said you want like a hustler for a woman, and yeah, I'm not into that.
Are you not a hustler? Like, do you not make your own money? Do you not
I
have a
make
job?
money, but I'm not like a hustler. I feel like hustlers like I do this, I do that, I do this, I do that, and like all over the place. And I'm kind of like I have a straight path to my career.
I don't necessarily think of a hustler as like all
Bro,
over the
this
place,
game
like you
is
said.
easy.
I
I'm
think of a
telling you,
hustler as,
Zodaside.
just
It's not
having,
hard.
Some type of straight path or goal that they're going to.
I'm telling you, it's not
being
hard. I just wanna
relentless
make
at
it entertaining, that's
all. just
I'm
being
about to
able
win.
to make their own money, not depend on anybody. No,
Okay.
independence. Awesome. But thank you, appreciate it.
Of course.
For sure.
All right. And now she's someone that is your type.
Yeah, she's gorgeous. You know, I like your dress. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, definitely.
Then why don't you put the dress on then?
Popping your big one for sure, for sure. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's go over to our next lady. All right. If we could have your name and age and why you ended up popping.
Hi, I'm Lex and I'm 23 and I have a
Oh,
couple
Lord.
different things. First of all, you have your glasses on and this is supposed to be a dating show and I feel like out of respect for us women, you should have
Right.
your glasses off.
I respect that.
Second thing, you said something about woman in peace, like your woman being your piece.
Mhm.
You should be able to find your own piece and the
Mhm.
woman should be able to add to it, not
Yeah.
her actually being your piece.
I didn't necessarily say like the woman was my piece. I'm saying I look for peace in a woman. So when I'm looking at you, I don't want conflict. I don't want problems.
Okay, cool.
I want like somebody that's looking to provide a solution. You feel what I'm saying, to whatever problem we have.
Okay,
so
cool.
whether it's whatever. And then as far as my glasses, they like sentimental. I don't mind taking them off. Like, you know, you know.
Let's see your face.
If you just want to ask, like, but they sentimental. My dad got a piece of metal stuck in his eye. He always wore sunglasses and everything. So
Okay,
I just
cool.
always wanted to be like my dad. So.
Alright,
Are you
cool.
serious? Is that really the reason he wears glasses?
Yep.
That is the
And that is
dumbest
someone that you're
reason
type
in
with
the
your
world
portrait
to wear
piece on
glasses.
She's definitely gorgeous. You know, for sure.
I'm in a
I'll
wheelchair
probably
because
be-
my
no,
daddy
she
was in a
seems
wheelchair
like, you know,
and
more of like a friend.
I really respect
You
my
know, somebody
dad,
that'll
so I
probably
want to be in a
cool
wheelchair
person
like
to
my
be
dad.
around.
That's
Keep on.
ridiculous.
I agree.
Okay.
definitely.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And then we got one more down here. We can have your name and age and why you ended up popping.
Hi, my name is Dara. I'm 22 years of age.
Nice
Meeting you as well. I ended up popping just for a presentation.
Nobody
came here to
cares,
them,
sweetie.
And you had sunglasses on. I feel like I lacks proper etiquette as a man.
I respect
So just really that.
Yeah.
You seem like a really amazing person, though.
I appreciate
overall,
you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Yeah, no problem.
And now is she someone that is your type?
Yeah. You know, like I said, she's gorgeous. She seems like a real down to earth person. You know, like me personally, I'm more.
He's
of a
down to earth,
personality
but she
type
disqualified
person.
you for
Like,
chewing
I
gum.
would always get to know a person.
What is she?
before, like, you know,
What is she? My third grade language arts teacher?
All right. So we do still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 balloons left unpopped.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and have you pop 2 of the ladies' balloons based off of just what you're seeing so far. I know everyone says, "Oh my God, that's so hard." I
Yeah,
know,
no, for
I know.
real.
I don't blame you. But let me go ahead and hand you on a pick,
Okay.
and then go ahead and pop those 2, and then I'll follow right after you and see why we ended up popping.
Okay. Let me see. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and pop. Yo, join.
Okay, and one more.
I think I'm gonna pop yo, join.
Okay, I'll come over there. We'll start here. All right, if we can have your name and age.
Hi, I'm Karma. I'm 24.
Okay. And Karma, why'd you have your balloon unpopped?
Love you. You're a great person. I know you're sweet, and he's
Fact.
really considerate. So
Yeah.
those are my reasons.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely. The reason I popped my balloon is because like we was talking before.
Yeah.
And
You
we
know.
just kind of like lost touch. You feel what I'm saying? So
understood.
you know, it was just like one of those things where it's like, you know, if it's not in the plans, it's not in the plans type thing. So you know.
Absolutely.
That used to be
We
women,
still cool
so
friends.
Yeah, we still cool.
they give me these hands. There you go.
All right.
Makes me feel like my dad. You know, I just want
Had
to connect to him.
Or over here, your name and age.
Brianna, 26.
Okay. And Brianna, why did you leave your balloon unpopped?
He ain't bad looking. You know, he
respect
chocolate.
I
So
appreciate you.
that's what I like.
Thank you.
Why'd you end up popping her balloon?
Honestly, I ended up popping her balloon like for absolutely like no reason. She seems cool. It was just literally like picking like, you know, 2 people that, you know, that just wasn't the fit. I don't know you. I haven't met you or anything like that, so I can't really.
This dude
say
hit me
anything
with a
about you, but
Hadouken.
You're beautiful, and I'm pretty sure you'll be great for somebody. So, you know, it's amazing.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, so we do still have 3 ladies left. I'm gonna go ahead and have you ask these ladies a question to kind of help you narrow it down, see who's more your match.
Okay. So it's a 2-part question. Do you guys have kids, and how do you feel about men with kids?
Okay, let's start here with your name and age, and then the answer to this question.
Hi, I'm Esther. I'm 23.
Nice to meet you.
I have no kids.
No kid?
How do I feel about a man with kids? How many do you have?
2.
Same woman?
Yes, ma'am.
How old are they?
My son is 9, and my daughter will be 6 on the 9th.
Okay.
So, how you feel about men with kids? Just
I have entertained a guy with 2 kids.
okay.
I have.
So that's like your limit.
Can I ask him a question?
Go ahead.
Do you smoke?
Do I smoke?
Yeah.
Yeah, I smoke. Yeah, it's cool.
I'm sorry.
It's cool. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you.
No problem.
Let's go to our 2 ladies here. All right, your name and age, and do you have kids, and how do you feel about men with kids?
I'm Kayla, I'm 23. I don't have kids. And a man with kids, I mean, I'm trying to be more open about it because there's no more single men out here without kids no more. Like, I'm just giving up at this point.
Respect.
But 29. Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like you should have just married her because you have to.
I don't marry people for no reason. So if it ain't right, it ain't right.
I guess. I don't know what to say.
That's real.
But yeah, no.
Okay. Let's go on over here. Your name and age, and do you have kids, and how do you feel about men with kids?
I'm Jasmine. I'm 26. I have no kids. Men with kids, I think it just depends. Like, if you're a good dad, I mean, I can't really say nothing. As long as there's no drama,
Yeah,
I think it was cool.
I respect that. I respect that.
And the communication has to be open, like, you feel me? But
I respect that.
Got it.
Most
Okay.
definitely.
Now, do you have any questions for him?
what do you look for in a woman?
Other-
Well, you already asked that, no?
Yeah.
You already asked that. Hold on. I smoke a little bit, so. What are your hobbies? What do you like to do in your free time?
Honestly, I just like to work on how to better myself as a man.
And how do you better yourself as a man?
Just working on like my craft, so not working for anybody. Making sure I have some type of way to provide for my family. Working on my mental, making sure like I'm sound, I'm poised.
How do you work on your mental?
Just talking to people, meditating. I mean, it sounds crazy, but talking to myself.
If you can't
just
talk to yourself, you can't talk to nobody else,
Yeah,
so.
self-evaluation. You
I
feel
talk
what
to
I'm
myself all the
saying? Like,
time.
I look in the mirror and be like, hey, like.
So you're honest with yourself before
Exactly.
you could talk to anybody else.
Exactly.
Got you. Okay.
You know, that's how I feel.
No, I don't have no questions.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Let me bring her on up here. Come on up. Come on up. All right. I know you said you have no more questions. Any final questions from you?
No, I ain't got no more questions. I'm good.
Okay. All right. Well then, is it gonna be a yes for you for him?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it a yes for you for her?
Okay, I got a question. To all my non-black people out there, if you don't identify as black, how do you experience it when people are like, I love my black people, I love my black women, I like chocolate black women, keep the blood. How does that strike you? Tell me how you feel when you hear people talk like that. Be honest with me. Let me know. I need to know this. Does it cringe? Does it make you mad? Keep the bloodline strong. Yeah, keep the bloodline strong. This nigga's reading Mein Kampf. That's what he read in preparation for his date. He read Mein Kampf. It's accepted one way, but not the other way. So you feel it's unfair. You know why, right? You know why? I think we touched on some of this last night. There's a reason why white people can't do it. There's a reason why white people can't walk around wearing shirts that say white power. There's a reason why if white people got together and marched, they're going to shut that shit down fast. Why do you think that is? Same reason why people can't have borders. Okay, what do you think that reason is? Why can't they do it? If 100 black dudes get together with guns, or just get together and start marching, okay, well, the police are going to respond, right? But if they really wanted to get together, the city's going to let them do it. Okay? The reason why you can't let white people, or the reason why socially whites aren't allowed to be proud of their whiteness and, whites only. I want to keep the white race strong. It's because white people have a lot of institutional power, right? Black people in their neighborhoods fantasize about living in a black world and overturning the government for blacks, but they can't do that. Black people can't do that in America. They don't have the firepower. They ain't got enough guns to do it. You understand? They don't have enough guns to do that. They can make a sign and they can march with, for BLM. But that's called asking. Protesting and demonstrating, that's called asking. I'm protesting and I'm demonstrating so someone with power will give me something. Okay? That's what you have to do when you are not in a dominant position. But white supremacist groups wouldn't have to do that. They wouldn't have to ask. They wouldn't have to march. They could just shut shit down. We got the power to do that. We got the firepower. We got guns. We have enough guns. The lion's share of the firepower in America is definitely white, right? So when whites get together and start marching and talking about overthrowing the government, okay, the government's going to listen to that because they actually have the ability to do that. Other groups just talk about it. They write it down on signs. They march. They protest. They make a big fuss on TV. They burn down neighborhoods. Okay, but after that, it's over. After they burn down those neighborhoods, it's over. We'll build them back up. You got insurance? Good. Okay. But if white people get together and start talking like that, it isn't going to be just a few buildings being burnt down. Is it? The government is going to have a real fight on their hands. A real fight on their hands. Whites, if they wanted to, could secede from the Union. We up out of here. A big block of white states could secede from the Union, just like the Confederate States did. That's a big problem. That's much worse than just burning down a few buildings or blocking the expressway for a few hours. They can call in the National Guard. That's what Trump can do. That's power. Since they have privileges in other areas as a compensation, no, I don't think it's that, brother. It's because white power is the only real power, right? You can say black power all you want because there's no such thing. Politically, black people have no power. The hell you mean? Black power. Where? Nigga, where? Where? Mexican power. Nigga, where? But white power? It's everywhere. I mean, white power is real. Black power is a fiction. It's not real. It's not real economically. It's not real politically. There's nothing that blacks can get together and do that whites can't shut the fuck down. When that's your situation, you don't have any fucking power. What are you talking about? You have permission. But what happens when that permission is revoked? You got to sit down and be quiet. That's not power. That's permission. But white power is real. White power is moving the National Guard in California. That's white power. White power is mobilizing Marines and deploying them in Los Angeles. That's white power. That's real power. Black power, you can say it all you want to because it's not real. You can put that on a million t-shirts. The shit ain't real. You can put BLM on a t-shirt. The shit's not real, obviously. Right? Obviously it's not real. Do black lives really matter? Who do they matter to? Who? Who do black lives matter to? Who does it matter to? Who?
Cherry production.
Yeah, nigga, name now. All facts. Yeah. 500K, nigga. Fly K, nigga. Yeah, 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 yeah. This all facts, this ain't no fairy tale. Punched on Zay in the pen, niggas be scared in jail. While niggas was getting inside the car, I was yanking still. They had $1,000 bond and couldn't pay the bill. Exposing niggas on these pro tools. Just was in the pen with Boy. That nigga was off the spice and they was firing the smoking niggas I used to be close to. Hey, I'm in the hitting niggas blocks and doing that one dance. You ain't got.
Okay, so do Black Lives Matter to these people? All they're talking about in this song is how they brutalize, maul, and hurt other black people. They're not talking about hurting police. They're not talking about hurting whites. They're talking about hurting other black people, killing other black people. Do Black Lives Matter to these people? Doesn't seem like it. Seems like those are the people y'all really hate. Those are the ones y'all talk about hurting all the time. Does it matter to them? Don't seem like it. So you can say Black Lives Matter as much as you want, because at the end of the day, we know that they don't really matter, do they? Black lives don't really matter, do they? You can put that on a t-shirt. You can go to the White House with it because it doesn't mean anything. But if you put White Lives Matter on a shirt, okay, that's a powerful statement because that's true. That's true. White lives do matter. Haiti is in a state of emergency. But they're black, and Trump says, you can't come here. Stay your black ass in Haiti. Are Americans upset about that? Are the black people in America upset about that? Are they protesting? Let the Haitians in? No. It don't matter to them either. But white lives, no, they matter. They matter. If anything pop off in Europe and those precious white lives start to expire, we're there. America's there. America's there. Look at all these white people dying in Ukraine and Russia. These precious white lives. Got to stop that killing. Meanwhile, we're going to give Israel everything it needs to continue killing. So do white lives matter? Absolutely they do. Absolutely they do. I want you to imagine that there was a little white girl walking home from school. While she's walking home, she's snatched off the street. She's beaten, brutalized, raped, and left for dead. Okay, do you feel that anger? Do you feel that inside of you? Okay, now imagine that she was black. It doesn't feel the same, does it? Because that's not a white life. Is it? It's not a white life. It doesn't feel the same. Because white lives actually matter. You get where I'm going? That's why you can't put that on a shirt. That's why if you go to school, your teacher's going to say, take that shirt off. You can put BLM on everything. You can wear it. They'll applaud you because it's not real. Right? It's not real. But you go into school with a swastika? Oh, that's real, brother. That stands for something that's real out there. That's a real idea. White lives matter? That's a true statement. Can't trifle with that. Can't put that on a t-shirt. You got to take that seriously. South Africans have a bigger emergency than Haiti. That's exactly what Trump would want you to think. Right? Did you know that Haiti had their president assassinated. He's dead. The whole country is run by gangs. And Haiti is right there in the Caribbean, right next door. It's within America's sphere of influence, but America says, nope. Take your black ass back home. They send all those Haitians back home and then ban them. You cannot come back. Don't send any. Stay where you are. That's right here in America's backyard. Haiti is in the Western Hemisphere. It's right here. But Trump is stepping over them and reaching out to people on the other side of the world. Why? Why is he bringing in South Africans and not Haitians? It's obvious, because those are white lives, gentlemen. Those are white lives, and they are very valuable. Don't you understand? He's stepping over the Haitians. Y'all can't come, but I'm going to go across the world and bring in some white people. Why? Because they're white, and their lives matter. I mean, let's not forget, gentlemen, that up until the 1960s, you could not become an American citizen unless you were white. So he doesn't care about black on black crime, but he cares about black on white crime. Brother, nobody cares about black on black crime. Why should anybody care about that? Who is really upset and bothered by the fact that these dangerous black people are killing each other? Ain't nobody losing no sleep over that. Don't nobody care. That's why Trump's not rolling the National Guard into Chicago. You don't care. Let these niggas kill each other. Good. Population control. Keep them numbers down. But they have an even bigger racket for black people. It's prison. Think about it, gentlemen. You had these Africans in Africa who were refusing to play. They were refusing to get involved in this great global machine that was being constructed, and slavery obliged them to get involved. You're not about to sit over here on the west coast of Africa and do nothing. Get off the bench and get in the game. You will be a part of this new world, whether you want to or not. We will drag you kicking and screaming, but you will participate. The same thing applies today. Whether you want to get up and go to work and get a job is up to you, but you will participate in America. If you don't do it one way, well, then we will put you in prison and you will make money that way. But one way or the other, you are going to contribute to the GDP. You're going to get off the fence and you're going to play. You can get a career and you can go to work, or you can get a felony and you can go to prison. But either way, you're going to make some money. You're going to perform. You're going to play your role in this system. Whether you want to or not. That's the biggest racket on black people. Just going to jail, going to prison. You know, that's a big contribution that you get from some black people. Right? Not all. Some. Some are stuck in that loop. They would have UN peacekeepers in Haiti, but what members objected? China and Russia did so secretly. Council could not do it. They had a vote in May. Yeah, who cares about Haiti, brother? This little speck in the Caribbean. Let them kill each other. Right? Why didn't Obama help Haiti? Why should he help Haiti? He's not Haitian. He's not Haitian. We expect him to help Haiti because we're racists. And we're like, well, Barack Obama has dark skin, so he should be helping dark-skinned people. He don't give a shit either. Nigga, I don't care either. Don't get that twisted. Vladimir Putin is white. Does that mean he cares about poor white people in Alabama? Hell no, he don't. That's on us for being racist. We expect people to act a certain way and to care about certain things because of their skin color. We didn't help the money. Tens of billions disappeared. It was a Ponzi. Yeah. Yeah, but the Haitians are on their own. They're on their own. They're on your own. They're on their own. If you're in Haiti right now, you're on your own. Nobody's coming to save you.
No, I have no questions.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, let me bring her on up here. Come on up, come on up. All right, I know you said you have no more questions. Any final questions from you?
No, I ain't got no more questions. I'm good.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Well
Makes
then,
no
is it
sense
gonna
on
be
the
a
other
yes
side.
for you for him?
Yeah.
Okay, and is it a yes for you for her?
Yes.
We got a match! I'm just kidding. I'm
She been waiting to pop her balloon. She like, I'm popping.
Y'all need to go off. Let me take this mic. Let's give it up for them, y'all. Okay, let's go ahead and bring out our next single guy.
Oh my God, bro.
Hello, welcome. I'll have you hold this. All right, if we can have your name.
My name's Aaron.
Aaron, how old are
Yes,
you?
ma'am. I'm 29.
29, okay, and what do you do?
I'm a licensed plumber.
Okay, very cool.
Yes.
And now, what do you look for in a woman?
I look for a woman that's not promiscuous and has a career going for herself.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And now, what are some of your deal breakers?
Deal breaker, being promiscuous, not cleanly, don't have a career,
snap.
nothing really going for yourself.
Okay. All right. So we did get a pop balloon. Let's go
Okay.
ahead and go on over there and see what's going on.
Yes.
All right. If we can have your name and age and why you popped your balloon.
Hi, my name is Karma. I'm 24. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm supposed to say the pop in the balloon proper. Got you. For me, it just did not work. I didn't feel like I had chemistry or I wasn't fully attracted to you. And I feel like that counts if we are going to be going through a dating show, you know?
Yes, the feeling is definitely mutual. So that's okay. Thank you. You did me a favor.
You know, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm glad you
Wow, he
agreed.
kept it
Thank you,
real.
Queen. You too.
Okay. Well,
Finally, a
let's
man
go
who
ahead.
respects himself.
All right. We got to pop over here. If we can have your name and age and why you ended up popping your balloon.
Hi, my name is Tara. I'm 22.
Okay. And why did we end up popping our balloon?
The comment you made didn't really. I like a more humble person.
Shut the fuck up.
That's the one that responds so defensive-ish. Yeah, that's really it. I didn't really necessarily like
That's
how you
fine.
responded.
Hey, I could just
Yeah.
all I can do is be honest.
I mean,
you know,
yeah, be honest,
I
be your
came
authentic
over
self.
here to,
That's okay.
to find a match
Sure.
that wasn't matching. That's
Sure, I
all,
mean,
Queen.
I 100% understand.
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am.
Sure.
Okay. And now is she someone that's your type?
She all right. You know, you're not really my type. I don't mean to be disrespectful.
No
You know,
disrespect.
but if I seen you in public, I wouldn't reach out to.
Totally fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. And we did get a pop balloon over here. Your name and age and why you ended up popping your balloon.
I'm Lex, and I'm 23, and I popped my balloon because I feel like you could be a tad bit disrespectful, like how you, like, I don't know, arrogant, a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, just that.
Well, voicing my opinion is not arrogant. You know, she asked me if she would be a good fit for me. If I like what I see, you know, it's contrary to the truth. So
course.
that's all I can do is just state what I see. That's not a good look for me. That's all, Queen. But thank you. You did me a favor as well.
Yeah. Also, what I have to say is, it's not what you say. This is what I mean by what I said. It's not what you say. It's
You
how
already
you
said
say
what
it.
you meant.
You
Yes.
could have
Get off the
rephrased
camera.
a lot of the things that you have been saying to me as well as the other girls differently. But that's all I have to say.
But one thing about me is I'm not going to change who I am
Of course.
to fit somebody else's liking. You know, I'm just going to tell it how it is. If you're not it, that's not it. You know, the
Cool.
one that is it, I'm going to let it be known.
Okay.
You know, for surely, yes.
Respectful.
Your name and age and why you ended up popping your balloon.
Brianna, 26. My eyes are up here, baby. Are you looking at the tattoo?
No, I'm looking at the hair on your arms. You know, women I deal with, they don't have hair on their
Don't
arms.
do too much.
Hey, I'm just being honest,
Don't do
Queen.
too much.
You know, I don't like that. That's all I was looking at. You trying to say if I'm looking at particular body
You just
parts,
wasn't
but
looking
that's
at my
not
eyes.
what it is.
That's
No, I was
all
looking at the
pointing
hair
out.
on your
Anyways,
arms, Queen.
she asked me the question.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in heels and you ain't tall enough.
Okay.
Don't do too much,
Well,
though.
you're not qualified, baby.
All right,
so that's
cool.
all good.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Okay. So we do still have 3 unpop, but she looking like you gonna pop? Okay. Okay. All right. If we can have your name and age and why you ended up popping.
My name is Jacqueline. I'm 25. I popped because I have hair on my arms.
Hey, just because you got hair on your arms, that's okay though, Queen. You look phenomenal though.
Thank you.
You know, she ain't
Oh
fit
my
to
God,
my liking.
bro,
She ain't
what
even
am I
fit
doing?
to. Hey, excuse me, Queen. I'm talking to this woman right here. Oh, well, I could look anyway. I could look anyway. I could look any way I want to. You know. But yeah, can y'all give her balloon back though?
She don't want it.
Yeah. Do you want your balloon back, Queen? We're not talking to you, sweetheart.
Okay.
You already been. I already let you know. I'm not interested in. You got more hair on your arms than me, baby. But anyways.
Okay. So he's saying get your balloon back, but how you feeling, honey?
I'm not gonna get my balloon back.
Okay.
All right. No problem. So we do still have 2 balloons.
Oh my God, bro.
Do we still have 2 balloons?
Fucking hell.
Let's go over here. I saw you hesitate. That's why I had to ask. So if we can have your
This game
name
is so
and age
easy,
and why you
bro.
ended
That's
up popping.
that's what's
My name is Kayla.
infuriating.
I'm 23. Originally, I was not gonna pop my balloon because I know a lot of them popped it because he was being, I guess, arrogant. But to me, I like my man that's not gonna sit in every girl's face and complimenting them. So I didn't find that offensive to me. But when they started what was going on, I'm very I don't want to say I'm argumentative. But I don't want my man to argue back with me because then I feel like it's going to always be a problem.
Next.
That was the only reason why I popped my balloon because I was just like,
Nothing
hey.
of value was lost
But
that
then
day.
with me, you kind of got a little bit catty with me. You a little sassy just a little bit. And since you
Oh
want
my
to
God.
come at everybody over here, I'm going to get at you too. You kind of look like a Ninja Turtle. You're not that cute. You need to relax. You stocky as hell. And I was trying to be respectful, but you was really coming out I didn't like it. I'm from the South and I can handle a lot of criticism and stuff like that, but the way you was coming, you just ain't like you got it all like that. And I guarantee you probably got a roommate at home and it's just not giving anymore.
Yeah. Well, let me say this, Queen. I'm a licensed plumber.
So, I do real estate and property management.
I live
So what you
downtown.
do ain't
I live
nothing compared to
downtown.
me.
I stay by myself, Queen. And you're not even qualified to be even
You
dealing
say
with me.
everybody not qualified.
You definitely not. If anything, it was one of these two. I wasn't even looking your way. You
And
ain't
the
in
one
my
that you
type.
wanted popped
If I
out
seen you, that's fine.
So what?
That's totally fine.
Okay.
But one thing about me, I could pull 100,000 on the bank. Can you do the same?
Get this
yeah,
man
you can't
out
do
here.
that. You
Let's
can't
move
do
on.
that
Let's
though,
move
baby.
on.
Yeah,
Let's
in a real
move
way.
on.
You
Let's
can't
move
do
on.
that though, Queen.
All right. If we can have your name and age.
Hi, I'm Esther. I'm 23.
And Esther, you still have your balloon unpopped. Why so?
Are you done?
Oh yeah, I'm done with the rest of that.
Okay. Okay, now we can talk, right?
In a real way.
Okay. What do you look for?
What
are you looking for?
A woman, like I said, that's not going to be promiscuous. A woman that's going to be consistent. A woman that has a career and things going for herself. Because I had the same thing going for myself.
Okay.
As well. I don't need a woman to give me her money or anything. I'm just looking for devotion and some loyalty. That's all. And some honesty.
Do you believe in God?
Oh, certainly. Yes, ma'am. I'm a God-fearing man. I practice monotheism. I won't tell you what I identify as religion-wise, but we can get to that at a later date and time, if you choose to leave here with me.
Okay. Do you know the Bible says that love is kind?
Yes, certainly.
Are you here for love or are you here to just insult
I'm trying to
everyone?
create a family,
Okay.
That's what I aspire to do.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
You're good?
Sure, we're good.
Oh, okay. All right. Any questions for her?
No, not at all.
Do you have any kids?
No, I don't.
Do you want kids?
I do. You
How old
gonna
are
give
you
me
again?
some? Huh?
How old are you?
I'm 29. How old are you?
23.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. We might as well get up out of here right now.
Well, let's
Yeah.
step on over here. Let's step that way real quick for me. Step that way.
Okay.
All right. So it seems like there's a little vibe here. So is it going to be a yes for you for him?
God says save souls, so yeah.
Oh, and is it a yes for you
It's
for her?
gonna be a hell yes for me.
Okay, we got a match. All right, let me take this mic and y'all can go on off. Okay. All right, everyone, thank you for tuning in on this episode of Pop the Balloon or Find Love. If you are in the U.S. and you'd like to be featured in any of our upcoming videos, the email address will be in the description box below. And make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, and we will see you all next time.
Okay, so I guess this is sort of like a black show. Okay, let's, in the spirit of DEI, is there a non-black equivalent to this show? Instead of Pop the Balloon, is there? I'm not even gonna do it. I'm not even gonna do it, y'all. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not even gonna do it. All right, here we go.
I brought you guys here because all of you are single and lonely and desperate.
No, we're not. Not desperate.
We found one, bro. We found one, bro. We found one, brother. We found one. All right, let's see. Let's see.
No.
I brought 7 girls out, and hopefully at least one will match with each of you.
Hopefully.
Each girl will be holding a balloon, and you guys will try to impress them. And if they pop their balloon, they're not interested in you. The last girl standing with their balloon will get to go on a date with you.
Oh, okay. All right.
You guys ready?
Yeah. Bring out the girls.
Bring out the girls.
Wait, are they a boy band or something? Who are these guys? Are these just regular dudes? Okay, let's just watch this. I don't know who these guys are. Maybe they're nobodies.
Welcome to Pop the Balloon or Find Love. Ladies, are you ready? Oh God. I know this is a bad group of guys, but you know, be a little more excited. They must have known that our first contestant was Dom.
Wait, what? I'm first?
So Dom, tell us a little bit about yourself. What do you like to do for fun?
Recently, I've been getting a little into basketball. You know, I play it in real life, and also I play the video game as well.
Are you good at basketball? Be honest.
I'm getting there, yeah, for sure.
Okay. Surprisingly, no girl has popped their balloon yet.
How is that surprising?
All right,
Oh,
Dom,
my
let's give you a
Lord.
chance to meet all of the girls one-on-one.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so I'm Mary. I'm from Ukraine, actually. I do social media. Okay, so how old are you?
I am 20 years old, almost 21 in like a week.
Okay, what is your name?
My name's Jade Alexandria.
And why did you pop your balloon?
Well, I'm 25 and
you're a baby. I'm sorry. That's like, okay, what is your name and why did you pop your balloon?
I'm Lindy and I'm 21 and I don't want to not be able to go out with my boy.
Okay, all right.
Dom, she called you her boy. I'm so close.
Okay, your name and why did you pop your balloon?
I'm Jackie, and I popped my balloon because I'm 24, and that's a little young for me.
Yeah, understandable. Okay.
Dom, don't worry, there's plenty of options still. It looks like I need to grow up a little bit. I'm almost, I feel like once you hit 21, then it's like, then I can go out. Okay, yeah, she's right.
I'm Joyce, I'm 22, and I am a hairstylist, and I also do social media. And what are your red flags?
Okay, a red flag I have? Oh, okay, actually, I got one. I usually like once a week, usually on like Sundays, I will literally like turn off my phone and like not talk to anyone. Or like, oh my God. Like it's just like one day a week. I like to just like have a day to myself.
What was that?
What are your red flags in a girl, not
How did I just explode?
I don't know. You just wasn't that the question or am I think she's self-aware.
All right, what is your name and why did you pop your balloon?
Hi, I'm Bella, and I popped my balloon because if you're not texting me on Sunday, like, I'm gonna be stressed out. So,
Okay,
you know?
valid. Okay.
I like my Sundays. What do you do on Sunday? Nothing. I literally do nothing. That's what I'm saying.
Hi, I'm Naya. I'm 20. I live in Newport Beach and I work in PR. And then my question for you is, if you weren't a YouTuber, what would you do?
I think it would be fun to be like
It's a red flag that he hasn't thought about that. What?
I don't know. I mean, like, okay, I'll just say I think I'd want to be an actor. Like, I think that's different enough, right?
Okay.
All right, cool. Here you go.
Yikes. Now we're gonna switch it up and have Dom ask a question, so hit it.
Okay. Actually, I would love to see how compatible we are with each other. So I thought we could play a little game where we try to like finish each other's sentences, you know?
What?
What? That's what I feel like that's how you know if you're really connected to someone, if they can finish what you're about to say. They live in, same type of brain.
I don't think that's how it works.
That's totally, okay, we're doing it. This is totally how it works. Are you ready? You're up first. Okay. It's a Friday night after work. We're going to
Sleep.
Nice. Okay, yeah, that's.
Was that what you were gonna say?
I don't think that's what you were gonna say.
That's what I was gonna say.
No.
Oh. Oh.
Dom's a little bit too excited.
Okay, it's a Friday night after work. We're going to
Shop.
shop. Okay, all right. We're gonna go shopping.
That was your choice either, Dom.
Oh, what do you mean? What are you talking about?
We're gonna go to L1.
It's a Friday night after work. We're going to
Nice dinner.
nice dinner. Okay, all right.
So everyone has answered, Dom. So you have this.
I have to pop someone?
You get to pop a balloon.
Oh my God. After that, I was like, not enough. Okay. I feel like I still don't really know. So just to be safe, I'm gonna ask another one. What do you want to eat for dinner?
I really enjoy meat, so
Okay.
I would eat some meat.
Oh, sorry, I got excited.
Getting too excited over there, bro.
Okay. You said meat?
Yeah.
Okay, like what kind of meat?
Or like some Ukrainian food, because I'm from Ukraine.
Okay. Yeah. All right. All
Have
right.
you ever had Ukrainian food?
I don't know. I don't think so.
You should try.
Okay. Okay. All right. We're having meat for dinner. Okay. What about you? What are we having for dinner?
I like meat too, so I'd say some steak and veggies.
Cool. Steak and veggies. Okay.
I would have to say sashimi or like a nice steak.
Ooh. Okay. So lots of like meat. Like very high protein dinner over here. This is so stressful. Okay. Oh my God.
Okay.
Wait. So now it's the final two. Now it like matters a lot.
Okay. Oh shoot. Okay, wait. Oh no, the mic broke. Why did you pop your balloon?
I don't know. I don't think we're very compatible.
Damn.
Okay. Okay.
I took too long. I should have just decided faster.
Yeah. Why did you pop your
Yeah,
balloon?
it took you too long to find out who you want to pop the balloon.
Yeah.
It's stressful. I don't want to make anyone upset.
If he wants you, he should know.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Dom, you still have a chance.
Dom, you suck.
What? Oh, hold on.
going
There's
really
one
bad.
more person with a balloon still.
Okay, there is one girl left with her red balloon. That means that you guys get to go on a date.
Where are you guys gonna go on your date?
We're gonna go get some steak and veggies. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Bye, guys.
How was it, bro?
Boys, I did it.
Good job.
Congrats, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right.
Wait, who's next? I'll go next.
All right, let's go.
Thanks, Tom.
All right, Brent, introduce yourself and what is your zodiac sign?
My zodiac sign. Okay, hi, I'm Brent, and my zodiac sign, I am a Capricorn.
The sign? Dude, signs are a real thing.
Capricorns are good.
Okay, why did you pop your balloon?
I popped my balloon because Capricorns, they're red flags. They're toxic. You guys are toxic.
Brett is the least toxic person.
I think that's sinus, bro.
Pretty sinus, I'm not gonna lie. What's sinus?
I don't know,
I think it's
Like judging off your sign?
judging your sign.
not gonna lie, I do the same thing.
Okay, well, apparently, Brent, you might be toxic.
Okay.
There are 6 girls still with the balloon, so girls, say your name and your zodiac sign.
Hey, I'm Mary, and I'm Sagittarius.
Wait, hold on. I thought you went off with Dom.
I mean, I looked at the guys and I just kind of want to see what's up with them.
She's not tied down to Dom. That's okay. All right.
I'm Joyce, and I'm an Aries.
I'm Naya and I'm a Libra.
I'm Lindy and I'm also a Libra.
Oh, we got 2 Libras.
I'm Bella and I'm a Pisces. I'm Jackie and I'm a Capricorn.
Capricorn. Oh, look at fellow Capricorn.
All right. Well, Brent doesn't know anything about zodiac signs, but
I don't know a whole lot, but I do know that Capricorns are hardworking, I think, right? Or something like that.
I'm pretty sure they're like business oriented.
Business oriented.
Brent, is there anyone that you want to eliminate based off of their zodiac sign?
I don't think so. I'm not a huge zodiac sign goer, so.
What?
Classic Capricorn.
Classic. I mean, I just don't know a whole lot about it, so.
Okay, it is time for the girls to ask some questions. Let's start on the other side.
Do you prefer humor or brains in a girl? Like a smart girl?
I kind of like both, but if I had to pick one, I'd probably say. Oh, that's a tough one. Probably humor.
I have both, so to clarify, it doesn't matter, but.
There we go.
All right, next
question. What's your favorite holiday?
My favorite holiday, I would say probably Christmas.
Okay, mine too, so that's good.
Oh, her too.
If Dwayne The Rock Johnson were to catcall me on the street, what would you do?
Oh, you're done, Brad.
I'd play rock, paper, scissors, and I let him win.
Okay, because he's The Rock?
Because he's The Rock.
That was bad. Okay, yeah.
Brad, I loved it.
Okay, this is really bad. Wow. Anybody enjoying this? Wow. That's a little too high energy for me. A little too high strung. A little too high energy. Good Lord. All right, let's take a short break. We'll be right back.
I would say probably Christmas.
Okay, mine too, so that's good.
Oh, her too.
If Dwayne The Rock Johnson were to catcall me on the street, what would you do?
Oh, you're done, Brad.
All right, y'all, before we jump into Pop the Balloon, I do want to say thank you to Fashion Nova for sponsoring this video. This outfit that I have on today is called the Amber Strapless Jumpsuit in Magenta. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. It's your host, Arlette, and we are here with another episode of Pop the Balloon or Find Love, and we've got some single men lined up. Make some noise, guys. All right, so we're going to be bringing out some single ladies one by one. When she comes around this corner, if she's your type, you're liking what you're seeing, you're liking what you're hearing, do not pop your balloon. However, if there's anything that comes up that you're just not really a fan of, go ahead and pop your balloon, and I'll go over to you and see why you ended up popping. Are you guys ready? Yeah. Okay. You guys sound a little dry with that, yeah, but all right, okay. So with that being said, let's go ahead and bring out our first single lady. Hello, welcome in. What's your name?
Sheena.
Sheena, how old are you?
37.
And what do you do?
I work for the school district. I do security, and I'm going to start substitute teaching soon.
Nice. Okay. Now, what are some things you like to do for fun?
I like to go to the beach. I like to exercise. I like to get out the country. I like road trips, photography, videography, skating.
Okay. Got a whole list.
And more, but we'll get to that.
And what do you look for in a man?
I would What I look for in a man is someone with a prayer life, someone who's a good communicator, someone who can make me laugh. I love laughing. Someone who just likes to have a good time, someone who is patient, loyal, protector, provider, to name a few things.
All right. And now what are some deal breakers?
Excessive drinking, smoking, and atheists.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have not got any pop balloons. So let me actually hand you a pick.
Oh, God.
There you go. And I'm going to have you pop 3 balloons. Whenever you're ready. Yep, go right ahead. Okay, 2 more. And 1 more. Okay, we'll start here since you're already here. All right, if we can have your name and age.
Abu Bakar, I'm 38.
You said Abu Bakar?
Abu Bakar.
Abu Bakar, okay.
I'm 38.
All right, and what do you do?
I am a business owner, CEO. Yes.
What's the name of your business?
Suit and Company and Istanbul Suit Collection. Yes.
So why was your balloon unpopped?
Just was trying to hear her a little bit. Yes.
She's someone that's your type?
No.
Okay, and what makes her not your type?
I want somebody that are more athletic.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, the height, sure, I like that. Good height, yes. Yeah.
All right. And why did you end up popping his balloon?
He is very handsome and he's very well dressed. Just a little more attraction to some of the other men.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yep.
Thank you. End up popping 2 more. Let's head down over there. All right. Hello. What's your name and age?
Kendall, 39.
Okay. And Kendall, what do you do?
I'm an enterprise account manager in the fintech industry. Yeah.
Nice. And why was your balloon unpopped?
I just wanted to hear her out, give her opportunity to speak, hear a little bit more about her.
So she's someone that's your type?
I mean, potentially, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why'd you end up popping his balloon?
I like the way that he dressed. I have kind of a big personality, and just because nobody popped, I feel like I might have a little too much personality for him. But that was first glance. Nobody popped, so I had to, yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and over here, your name and age?
Kwasi, I'm 35.
Kwasi, what do you do?
I own an entertainment business and I'm an investor.
So, why was your balloon unpopped?
I wanted to hear her out about it.
Okay. So she's someone that's your type?
Yeah, she's beautiful. She's attractive, but it's like an little age gap. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
All right, and why'd you end up popping his balloon?
Well, he has shades on. I'm sorry. We're indoors. I can't see your eyes, but you got your shades on. You do have a nice smile, but a little more attraction to some of the other men. That's all.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's head on up over here. Your name and age?
Wade, 40.
And Wade, what do you do?
I do IT.
IT, okay. And why'd you end up popping your balloon?
I'm just not really a fan of the heels and the outfit, but beautiful woman though.
Thank you.
All right. And is he someone that's your type?
He is.
Cool, thank you. All righty, I have a scoot on that way. So we have 4 guys left. Go ahead and ask them a question.
Where do you live, and how is your work-life balance?
Okay. Let's start with your name and age first. Come on up. Your name and age.
I'm Lewis, I'm 37, and I drive trucks. My work-life balance is terrible. I work every day, so yeah.
And her other question was, where do you live?
I live in Cleveland. Yeah.
Let's go. Your name and age.
Hey, Keith, 36, South Florida.
Okay. Keith, what do you do?
I'm a traffic maintenance engineer. Yeah.
And also, where are you located?
South Florida. Yeah, Broward County. Mm-hmm.
And how's your work-life balance?
I have the weekends off, Monday through Friday. Blue collar kind of man. I get off at 4:30. I'm down for Taco Tuesdays on Tuesdays. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Your name and age?
Hi, my name is Antonio. I'm 42. I'm in Oakland, California. Yeah. And as far as my work-life balance goes, I work in banking. I'm 5 days a week. I usually have I usually have Saturdays and Sundays off. However, I do live a very active lifestyle, run 5 days a week. Keeping myself in shape is something that's very important to me. So, but for the right person, I'm willing to make some adjustments and things like that. Yeah.
Your name and age and the answer to your questions.
My name is Bobby. I'm 38. I work in TV production. I have a good work-life balance. During the week, I'm pretty free after in the evenings, and I also have weekends free every other weekend because I have two kids
And then where are you located?
in the DMV.
Thank you. All right. Why'd you end up popping your balloon?
I think you have a beautiful smile, nice teeth. It's a it feeling that I need to feel. When I'm with a woman, I just need to know like that, yo, that's me. And I just don't get that. That's what it is. Yeah.
Now, is he someone that's your type?
He is. He is.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And he also popped over here. Why'd you end up popping your balloon?
When you first came out, I loved your skin tone. You remind me of my mother. My mother was a very dark skin. She was a darker skinned, beautiful woman. So I wanted to hear you out. But it's just like kind of what he said, just feeling like I need my woman to light this fire in me. And I don't feel like that. You're beautiful. Don't get me wrong. And then my work life, I feel like you were going to pop me because I do work.
Yes,
all
sir.
the time.
Yes, sir.
So there you go.
Okay. Now, is he someone that's your type?
He is.
Thank you. And then last two guys over here pop. Why'd you end up popping your balloon?
I popped because you mentioned prayer life and atheism. I'm not a Christian. I don't follow any sort of Western religion at all. I am spiritual. And I feel like that I feel like you probably want someone who's more spiritual, more into religion. But other than that, you are gorgeous from head to toe. You walked around, I was like, okay, wow. But
Thank you.
But I was just like, nah, that would probably be an issue. But good luck to you, though.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So is he someone that's your type?
He is. Love that you work out 5 days a week. I do too.
Okay, there we go. All right.
Thank you.
No problem.
All right. And why'd you end up popping your balloon?
First of all, you're very pretty.
Thank
I
you.
like your outfit. It's giving professional, but also chill at the same time. To be honest, when you came down here the first time, it kind of seemed like you were about to pop my balloon. So I kind of felt like, maybe I was next. And then when his balloon was unpopped, I felt like you two had something going on. Like, it was a match there. So I popped.
I wasn't going to pop.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. But
It's
you were
okay.
great. Sorry about
Thank you.
Okay. So is he's someone that's
Yes.
your type?
Nice lineup.
Talking on yourself.
Oh, thank you. Where do you live?
LA.
Like, okay. I'm on the East Coast, so we're like,
Not a problem.
not a problem.
I love the East Coast.
Okay. All right.
Okay. You're keeping your balloon popped?
Yeah.
Okay. No problem. No problem. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's head on back. So that's all the balloons popped, unfortunately. But thank you so much for coming on. Let's give it up for her, guys. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and bring out our next single lady. Okay, all right, energy. What's your name?
Anisha.
Anisha?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 33.
And what do you do?
I create clothes. Right now I'm working on a shirt line. I also do eyebrows, and I'm working on opening a group home.
Okay, very nice. So what are some things you like to do for fun?
I like to paint. I love hiking, only in the right weather. I'm an occasional workout person. Like, I'm not consistent in it, but I do like to work out. It's fun sometimes.
Okay.
I also love to eat and dance.
Nice. And what do you look for in a man?
Genuineness, honesty, and goofiness.
Okay. What are some deal breakers?
Lying. I do not like lying. I do not tolerate lying. Being inconsistent and not being goofy.
Okay, sounds good. So, all right, we did get a pop balloon. Let's go on over there, see why he ended up popping. Your name and age.
Lewis, I'm 37.
And Lewis, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
I didn't want to. I really didn't want to. But when you said something about the inconsistency thing, I work a lot, and sometimes you might not hear from me for a day or two. I'm a truck driver, so a lot of the times I can't really be on my phone, and I just felt like that was going to be an issue. But you're beautiful, though.
Thank
He's
you.
on the phone all the time.
And is he someone that's your type?
He's handsome. Yeah, I wouldn't say no.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's head on back. So we do have quite a few guys. So let me hand you a pic. Hang on to that, and let me have you pop 2 balloons.
Woo!
Yes.
Okay, I don't want to have to do this to y'all, but I have to do it to
Yes,
y'all.
ma'am.
So I'm gonna
Whenever you're
start.
ready. Yeah, just go right ahead. And then one more. Okay, we'll start over here. Your name and age.
Abu Bakar, I'm 38.
Okay, and why was your balloon unpopped?
I just wanted to hear her a little bit.
Okay.
Yes.
So she's someone that's your type?
No.
All right, and why not?
She looked good.
Okay.
Yes, she looked pretty, but it didn't catch me.
Okay.
Yes.
No problem. And why'd you end up popping his balloon?
Just the attraction is not there.
Sounds good. Thank you. And then there was one more. Oh, okay. We'll be back. Let's go down over here first. All right. Your name and age.
I'm 35. My name is Kwasi.
Okay. And Kwasi, why was your balloon unpopped?
I just wanted to hear what she had to say.
Okay. Was she someone that's your type?
Initially, no.
And why'd you end up popping his balloon?
I don't feel the energy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same thing.
Same? Okay.
Yeah.
I guess it works out. Thank you. And we did get a pop over here. Your name and age.
I'm Antonio. I'm 42. And the reason I pop, you're a very beautiful woman. The outfit looks, you look very good. However, I just don't feel like you put the razzle to my dazzle, so to speak. So, but I do wish you the best.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, is he someone that's your type?
No.
Okay. And why not?
He's just not my type.
Plus, his
And it's
his
a little bit
hairline
older
is
as well, so.
I am
pushed
older.
back.
Yeah.
See this gray on me? I'm blessed.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
We did get another pop back over here. Your name and age?
Wade, 40.
And Wade, why did you end up popping your balloon?
I think you're a beautiful woman. I just
you.
really like self-care as far as the nails and stuff like that. I want your nails to... I don't want your nails to look like my... I don't want your nails to look like my nails. But I think you're a beautiful woman. You have a nice body. You have nice skin.
Thank
but
you.
I really take pride in like a woman having her nails done.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. And
Okay, how do y'all feel about this young lady? Any takers? If you would take this young lady out on a date, give me a 1 in the chat. Would you have brunch with her today? Meeting you for brunch, yay. Meeting you for brunch, yay. Hello, yay. Meeting you for lunch, babe. What's up, Finesse? She seems uninteresting, to be honest. Yeah. Aimless, too. I see. What sort of aim would you like your woman to have, brother? It's your girl. It's your girl. It's your world. Yeah, yeah. You need a woman who has a direction, who knows where she's going in life. Yeah. That's what I need from you. I need a plan and some sophistication. Otherwise, you don't work with my situation. Educated. Gotta go to school. I don't want to have no kids with no fool. Yeah. You gotta know your numbers. Coming over overnight, but it's not for slumber. Party. Cause we start a family. Now I'm the sir, and you can be the ma'am, you see. Have something to talk about. You like to talk to women? Yeah. Yeah, some men like to talk to women. They're interested in hearing what a woman thinks and how she feels. Yeah. I just want to know inside your mind what happens for show. Yeah. So tell me your feelings. That way I can make sure that you are healing. Yeah. This is a load of rubbish. Better to get back to the days when the parents in the village chose for you. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'll be honest with you. Can I be honest with you? If it's okay for me to be honest with you right now, give me a 6 in the chat. The best way to meet someone, real talk, the best option you guys probably have is to just ask one of the women in your family, your sister, your cousins, if they have any single friends. What else are there women in your family for, if not for that? Hey sis, you have any single friends? You're better off asking your mother if she has any friends who have single children. Mom, do you know anyone who has a single child, a single daughter? Your parents would love to help you. So would your sister. She would love to help you. It will make her feel important. Yeah. Your cousins, your female cousins, yeah, you can ask them if they have any single friends. They all do, because all these girls are single. That way you have some idea about the quality of the person. They come vetted. We've been scammed for the last 50 years. They scammed you, brother. They took it from you.
Is he someone that's your type?
Yeah, he's decent. He's all right.
All right, cool.
Thank you.
Got another pop balloon. Your name and age?
I'm Kendall. I'm 39.
Kendall, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
She's beautiful. I just don't know if our personalities would align. You know, I'm in business.
Mid-looking women?
Connect on that same level.
Instagram. Social media.
No, is he someone that's your type?
No.
Okay, and why not?
Older.
His height, really. I like him a little bit taller, at least, but yeah.
That's cool.
And how tall are you?
I'm 5'8".
5'8", okay. How tall are you?
I'm 5'2".
5'2".
Okay, somebody's lying. Somebody's lying. He said he's 5'8", and she said she's 5'2". Somebody's lying. They're probably both lying, aren't they? He's probably a little bit taller than 5 feet, and he's probably a little bit shorter than 5'8". They're both lying. I like tall girls, though. That doesn't bother me at all. A tall woman, that's mysterious to me. Tall women are mysterious to me. Like, what's going on up there? I love a tall woman. Mysterious, elegant. But I love a short woman too. You know, you can pick her up. It's crazy to cap like that. He's lying. How tall you think he is for real? Is 5'8" too short for a man? Is that too short for a man? 5'8"? If you feel 5'8" is too short for a man, give me a 1 in the chat. Is that too short? Bro, you need to get, I don't know, bro, just get taller. Bro, you need to be taller than you are. I don't know, man. Figure it out. But you're going to need to be bigger than that. How you going to come over here all little and stuff? You're barely 6 foot. You know how tall I am? This cup right here, it's 10 feet tall. It's 10 feet tall. Okay, you do the math. You'd probably come up to about, if you're 6 foot, you'd probably come up to like right here on the cup. Massive, brother. Massive. Massive, brother. Massive. Yeah, but you guys are better off. Black Zilla. That's funny. Yeah, but you guys are better off asking your family members, asking the women in your family if they have any friends. How many of you all have a sister? If you have a sister, give me a 1 in the chat. You got a sister? She would like him if he were 5 feet 8 inches vertical. If he was laying on his back, she probably still wouldn't like him. Right? But you shouldn't waste time trying to figure out what girls like. It's a waste of time. Not only is it a waste of time, but at the end of the day, you're not really interested in that. Right? What are you interested in? You're interested in getting what you want, not figuring out what she wants, right? Let her worry about what she wants. If you're the kind of guy she's into, okay, she'll be into you. If not, then she won't be. Okay? That's up to her. She would like, I got no female family members except your auntie. Yeah, you can ask your auntie if she has any friends who have any single children. She has to have one. And then her friend can go to her daughter and introduce you mysteriously. So I have a friend who has a son who's looking for a young girl. Oh, tell me about him. They can have a nice little fun conversation about you. Those are fun conversations. Well, show me his picture. What's he look like? Oh, he's so handsome.
Okay.
It was nice meeting you, though.
Thank you. You too.
All right, let's head on back. So we do have 2 balloons left on Popped. Go ahead and ask our 2 remaining guys a question.
All right. So, what is something that you look for in a woman?
Okay. Your name and age, and what is something you look for in a woman?
I'm Keith, 36, South Florida. I look for goofy. You the razzle to my dazzle. I like goofy, smart, spontaneous, someone who is just someone who I can go out and have a good time with, someone you could be yourself unapologetically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Boy, dating really sucks, doesn't it? It sucks, doesn't it? Man. This is tough. Because it's like, geez, you hear these guys talk about their ideal partner and they need to be everything to them. I need to be able to have a good time with you at dinner. I need to be able to have fun, stimulating conversations with you. I need to be able to trust you. I need to be able to rely on you. I need to be able to go to the gym with you and work out with you. I need to be able to like build a business with you. I need to be able to like raise a family with you. I need to be able to like go on hikes. They're like, bro, you want her to be everything to you. That sounds exhausting, right? Think of King David. How often was King David just hanging around women? Think about King David. How often was he just shooting the shit with the ladies? He reserved some of his time for his male friends. I like to kill people. David liked to kill people. Imagine David saying, I need a wife who can go out and kill with me. I don't want to go kill with you. You go do that. So David had male friends he would go kill with, his generals, and they would go hunt and kill men together. What about Donald Trump? How much time do you think Donald Trump spends around his wife? What percentage of his day does he spend with Melania? I woke up today, my wife was there. And I said, baby. It's your boy Trump. You think she's hiding from him? She probably just has her own life, 5% of his day. I think that's very generous. Do you think he sees his wife every day? Do you think he's spending time with his wife every day? That'd be incredible if he could. It's the President of the United States. If as the President of the United States, you're able to spend time with your wife every day, I'd say you're doing a great job managing and maintaining a work-life balance. Because that would be very hard to do, I think. You're probably going to go days without seeing your family. Maybe longer than that. Right? You're out on business. You're in Asia. You're in Europe. You're all over the place. Unless your wife is traveling with you everywhere you're going, which in the beginning she probably would. But eventually she's going to want to go off and do her own thing, I want to take the kids down here. I want to do this. She's going to want to go and do her own thing. But if you're getting 5% every day, that's just enough time to have sex. You're doing pretty good. Spend time with the personal trainer? Yeah. And maybe Trump realizes that. And he's like, okay, she got a boyfriend. All right, I love my wife. I want her to be happy too. She seems to be happy with her boyfriend. I'm happy with my girlfriends.
And we actually spent 16-point-something minutes on the phone. And I told him he's got to get his act together because you're going to have some bad times in Los Angeles if he doesn't. We had a pleasant conversation. The proof was from the phone company. It was from the phone company. So I spoke to him at a certain time. I'm sure you all saw it. You saw it. But why would you ask me that question if you saw it? He asked me a question, and then he says, yeah, I saw that you spoke to him. Yeah, I spoke to him for over 16 minutes. And I told him to get his act together, but he hasn't been able to do that. The man, really, we could have a great, we have an Olympics coming up. We have to put the right foot forward. We have to do a job. We have a lot of people all over the world watching Los Angeles. We've got the Olympics, so we have this guy allowing this to happen. Let me tell you, when you watch these agitators break up concrete and hand it out to people as they stood on line to get it, these have to be paid troublemakers.
Mr. President, you appear to say that the governor and the mayor paid them. Do you believe that the governor and the mayor paid the agitators?
No, I don't say the governor or the mayor.
I would imagine he spends a lot of time with his grandkids.
And if they're not, they're just troublemakers. What can I tell you? But I believe somebody's paying them. I've never seen somebody with a big hammer so professional. Now, they took the bricks away from them. So they say, how do we get in? The military did. How do we get in, and what do we do? They said, I have an idea. Let's break up the concrete, and that's even better than bricks, and that's what happened.
Yeah, you just witnessed an amazing spectacle of flex on our military. What impressed you the most?
I think the total love for the military. I was with the generals. They're explaining the different maneuvers, and the love they have for the Army and the military, it's beautiful. They're really great people. And I've never seen anything quite like that. I don't think any other president has either. They really put on a good show. I asked them, did you do that for Biden? They said no, they didn't do it for Biden. I wonder why. I don't know. I don't know. I know this. As long as we have the military there, the protests won't mean anything. Last night, if we weren't there, they would have burned down the city. But they did not a lot of damage other than they broke up a lot of concrete looking for weapons. Those are weapons. If that hits somebody in the head, the person's dead. You know that, right?
Yes, what do you mean by a very heavy force will be met with the protest?
The story of Trump is, I'm bigger and better than everyone else. He really believes that. I'm the best there is, the best there's ever been, and the best there ever will be. Gentlemen and ladies, I hope you have enjoyed today's stream. I've had some fun with you. One thing to always remember is that you're making a choice. And in this moment, you can choose to be a man, Rick. Think that thing upon which your friends and family can depend. To defend the ideas, institutions, and abstractions that make life like this even possible for a species like ours. And before you say you can't do this, before you tell the old lie that you've tried, and despite your best efforts, you just can't do it, remember that if one man can do something, well, then any man can. And that means you. So get up, go out into the world, one more time. This time, do it sober.